Like I started off, family, it don't matter what your religion is. It's not about that. We gotta come together no matter what. We gotta help each other no matter what. If we don't, then our whole civilization, all of our people of color, will be destroyed. And that will be the first time in history that it ever happened. As we're about to read in the story of Exodus, it starts talking about how the oppressor had made a plan to destroy all the men initially. But we already know that they got a plan out here to destroy all the men. The story in the book of Exodus is very much like the story of today's time that we're going through today.
This prophet didn't say, well, you got to go get me a certain type of food. He said, I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolatry.
Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom.
And I don't fall to things I've been through. You know he pulled me through. And I don't worry about man. I put all my trust in Yahweh.
Let's go.
See, I know someone who's much higher, 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 higher. Oh yeah, I know someone who's much higher, 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 higher. Yeah, I know someone who's much higher, 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 higher. When I seen Rome prospering wherever they go, I envied the wicked so much that my feet were gone. But now I hold on to someone I know is strong. He my rock and fortress. I put my trust in Yahweh. Then you and me, that the whole world can see. Oh yeah, my King here, he protects us all, and he heard my call. No, yeah, Yahweh is higher. Is he Yah man to where he gotta lie? Is his ear heavy to where he will not hear? Is his arm shortened to where he cannot save? Cast your burdens down and give them to Yahweh. He much than you and me, that the whole world can see. Oh, Yahweh, he protect us all, and he heard my call. No, yeah, Yahweh, I used to worry about if my bills get paid. I used to worry about all of my enemies. I used to worry about if my friends would stay. But now I take my problems and give them to Yahweh. He much than you and me, that the whole world can see. No, my King is, he protects us all, and he heard my call. Yeah, Yahweh is higher. I used to worry, but I don't no more. And I don't fall to things I've been through. You know he pulled me through. And I don't worry about man. I put all my trust in Yahweh.
All right. Shabbat shalom, everyone. Shabbat shalom. That was my niece, Lena, doing her thing, man. We have we did a book fair this week. We did a book fair. And during the interim of the book fair, we played the song. And I was just sitting there watching all the children sitting around listening and learning and, Then the song came on. Shout outs to Sister Katora. Then the song came on, and it just put a ambiance, a presence, an ambiance presence over the whole event. You know, that song, it brought back the knowledge of the Most High that a lot of us have laid dormant, have allowed to lay dormant in the back of our minds a long time ago. A lot of us. But I'm grateful for it. It was a beautiful song, a beautiful piece. And, you know, it brought the right aura, the spirit, with the right spirit in the atmosphere. So I said, you know what? We got to play that today. So now what I thought about doing now is that every Shabbat day when we start up, we will feature a different artist or a different song. Here's Israelite song, Hebrew song, to help to get people out there so people can hear their music, but it has to be of a certain frequency. It has to be of a certain tone, you know. It's got to be about righteousness and bringing about prosperity through the music with a religious, well, I ain't gonna say religious, with a spiritual tune to it, you know, one that motivates you and uplifts you. And that song, it definitely motivates and uplifts you. She got many other ones, many other songs that do exactly the same thing. So we're gonna be rocking that way. Shout outs to Isaiah, Zeke in the house. Zeke, may the Most High be praised. Ima Sukari, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Higdalia, Shabbat Shalom. Mr. Otter, Shabbat Shalom. Dominique, Shabbat Shalom, family. Aim Katir, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Kaza, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Laurel, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you all. Sister Hadassah, Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. Sister Bashira, Shabbat Shalom. Bahira, Shabbat Shalom. Oh, it's so many of y'all. Danielle, Shabbat Shalom. My brothers. Brother Benjamin, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you all. May the Most High bless you all. Sister Carol, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you all to bless you, strengthen you, and keep you moving and motivated in the right direction. Sister Gabrielle, Shabbat Shalom. Tell them boys I said shalom, please. It's just so much going on. Ima Habaret, Shabbat Shalom, Ima. I haven't heard from you in a long time, Ima. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you. Okay. Sister Basinya in the house, Numa Afa. Shabbat Shalom, sis.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a
Great
legend right there. That's a
Yes.
legend right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shalom, Sister Basima.
All right. So let's see. Let's move on, y'all. Let's get this done. Sister Nina, Shabbat Shalom. Kingdom Burnell, Shabbat Shalom. My brother Yahudah in the house. May the Most High bring peace and blessings to you and the family. Let's get this done, y'all. We got a lot to do. We got a lot of traveling to do. So the name of today's lesson is Divination Killing Us? A lot of us today in this world that we're living in today tend to separate spiritual power over physical power. Now, what do I mean by spiritual power? The Europeans have set a plot and a plan to turn our minds away from spiritual strength and spiritual energy. They have been very successful at doing that. One of the ways that they did it is that they made you afraid to tap into what they call the unknown. But I'm here to let you know that this thing wasn't unknown to our forefathers, that this was an everyday practice for our forefathers in reverence and giving glory and honor to the Most High King. Okay. So we're going to tap into this today. We're going to touch into this in our lesson today. And I need you to don't run. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared about what you're about to hear today, because you're going to hear some stuff that you probably never heard in your life explained in a manner that you probably never heard it before. But we're going to deal with some serious issues pertaining to our people. Spiritual knowledge and physical knowledge is two different things.
Okay.
You know, a lot of us practice Christianity for so many years in our lives, and even those of us who didn't practice Christianity, we were raised up in a Christian society, and the Christian influence has overpowered our mind and our subconscious mind, and it made us afraid of reality. We live in a delusional state, and a lot of us don't understand what I'm talking about right now, but it will be explained in the lesson. We are living and captivated in a delusional state. And anything that anyone talks about when it deals with the spiritual realm or what Christianity don't promote, we become afraid. We've got this taboo, like, oh no, she's talking about some old evil and wicked stuff. And that ain't the case at all, because everything that I speak about, I'm going to verify it through the scriptures and show you that this is who we are, and this is what we did, and this is what we shall do to return back to the glory of the Most High. I'm going to show you. This is part of the reason why we trapped in these houses now today, running around playing church, saying that we're not Christians, but yet we play in church. When we walked away from Christianity, the concept, the beliefs of Christianity has impacted us so deep that although we don't pray to the Christian deity, we don't go to the Christian church, we don't read out a Christian book, our minds are still captivated with the Christian philosophy. We believe Christianity in our mind and all of its teachings because we haven't fully let it go. Because a lot of us don't know how to let it go and don't see a reason why we should let it go, because we don't think it's a problem. Casting lots. If I mention to you casting lots, first thing coming to your mind is what? What do you think about casting lots? Oh, that's something evil. That's something wicked. We shouldn't be doing this. Wait a minute. Casting lots was something that our forefathers did.
Mm-hmm.
And it was totally acceptable by the Almighty. Casting lots. Oh, that's wicked. That's something that we shouldn't do. Those are Christian teachings. You're right, Mr. Otter. Those are Christian teachings. Same thing I say to you about when you say the devil is wicked, the devil is evil, stay away from the devil. He's here to destroy you and kill you and hurt you. The adversary, as you call the devil, Satan, he is here to deceive you. That is a fact. He is here to challenge you and to deceive you. That is his purpose. That purpose was given to him by the Almighty, El Shaddai, El Elyon, El Rakum. It was given to him, by the Creator. So therefore, if the Creator gave him a job and an assignment to do, and he's doing what the Creator gave him to do, then that means he's more obedient to the Most High than you, because you ain't doing what the Most High said for you to do. But he is. But we can't understand that because Christianity taught us to be afraid and to run, and that the devil was wicked and evil. But the Torah, the Tanakh, never once says those things. And you claim to be a Torah-fearing Israelite. You claim to worship the Most High of all creation, but you worship the Creator's creation. Therefore, if you worship the Creator's creation, you are an idolater. And you don't even understand. Neither would you begin to understand. You know why? Because Christianity has you captive. Most of the people cannot even begin to understand where I'm coming from right now. Oh, they tune in. You know what? We're going to build a relationship with Prince, man. We're going to walk with Prince. We're going to listen to Prince. But when Prince talk against that deity that you serve in any capacity, the first thing you do is you flee, you run. Oh, you back away. Oh, no. He's talking about Yahushua. No, man, I can't mess with him. Man, you missing a whole plethora of knowledge. And if you hung in there for a minute, you probably wouldn't deal with Yahushua. But you can't hear it because Christianity got your mind captivated. In Christianity, they teach you that if a man don't come talking the way that you're accustomed to him to talk, promoting this deity, then you kick your shoes off. If he reject you, kick your shoes off and the dust off your shoes at his door and leave. That's what it teaches you, because they don't want you to hear the truth. That's why. And we need to hear the truth. We must hear the truth. Because if we don't hear the truth, we're going to keep repeating the same cycle over and over and over and over. And we're not going to get anywhere. Nowhere. We can't build together. We can't grow together. We can't unite. We can't even have a holy day together. Because, oh, well, I believe in this and I don't want to go to his place because he's going to talk bad about my deity or my Messiah or whatever you want to give him credit or her credit for. It's foolishness, man, and you can't see how it's working against us. It was just a trap by the oppressors to keep us oppressed, separated, and divided so that they can conquer. So they can conquer. And you will never learn the truth because every time somebody comes up against what you believe, the first thing you do is run. Therefore, you will not get any knowledge, pure knowledge, true knowledge, because you got your mind convinced that you are already right. Foolish is the man who has determined in his spirit that he is correct. Foolish. That's not how we do this. Any Hebrew scholar, and I ain't talking about them dudes who be on Facebook talking like teaching these classes like they know something. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about people who put hours of research in, days and years of research in, some serious studying. This brother been studying for 5 years, and all of a sudden, he got a Facebook page open up where he's teaching Israel. You don't know nothing. How can you teach? You think you know, just like a young child. When they get 15 years old, they think they know better than their parents. They get upset with their father, don't want to talk to their father because their father too strict and disciplined. When they get 25 years old, they start thinking about, well, wait a minute, maybe dad wasn't so wrong. They get 35 years old, they start imitating the ways of their father. And it's because they see that their father was right all along. But when their father was 15, he thought he was right. And this cycle continues. And you don't realize you're right until after it's been put to the test and it's proven itself over and over that it's right. In the ancient days, that's how they used to do things. Prove it to me. Nebuchadnezzar said to the people, we're going to read about Nebuchadnezzar later on. He says, if you're supposed to be a soothsayer, a prophet, you're supposed to be able to do necromancy, or not necromancy, but spiritual matters and speak to the gods, as he said. He said, if you speak to the gods, and if you can't give me my answer, you're dead. We don't do that today. They talk that smooth talk today, and we all with them like they doing something. Your spiritual leader should be producing in his life the things that are needed and necessary to produce. To therefore, he should show you with his actions that he's doing the right thing and ain't just talking out of his mouth. If your spiritual leader on welfare, if your spiritual leader ain't got a job, if your spiritual leader ain't even got a relationship with the Most High, why is he your spiritual leader? Because the only thing he can teach you are those things. In Israel, in our culture, in our people, you had to prove your value. Today, you don't have to do that. Today, all you got to do is talk a smooth talk, and the masses of the people will walk with you, listen to you, and hear you, and do what you say. As long as you could talk a smooth talk, you ain't got to prove nothing. Same thing trickles over in relationships. As long as he could talk a smooth talk to the girl's with him. As long as she could talk a smooth talk to him, then he's with her. And that's not how it was in the ancients of days. You have to prove to the girl's father that you was able to provide and take care of her. You had to prove as a female that you were able to hear your husband when he speaks, follow directions, and be a profitable asset to his life. You had to prove these things, and today they don't have to prove anything. All they got to do is talk real good to you. Just talk to you real smooth things that you could accept. And you know what you do? You all with it. Here's my money. Here, take my money. We got a school. We bought our own property. We're doing these teaching classes to teach the people. We feed people. We house people. We help free the people from the prison houses that are incarcerated mentally and physically in these jails. These are the things that the Most High servants are supposed to be doing. These are the things, and we're doing these things. We live in these things. We're living it out. We're not just talking about it. And I'm not boasting. I'm not bragging. All these things are being done in the glory of the Most High. May he get all the praise, glory, honor, and respect. All I'm showing you is that we are actually doing what the scripture says the children of Israel are supposed to be doing today. We're doing it. We're not talking about it. We're not sitting up in the building saying, hey, as long as you come in, you teach, you walk with us and pay your tithes and you cool. We're not saying those things. We're saying you got to prove to the Most High that you are worthy. Stop drinking. Stop smoking. Stop smutting all the girls. What spiritual leader tell you those things? Most of the spiritual leaders drink. Most of the spiritual leaders sex the girls. Most of the spiritual leaders smoke. If they ain't smoking cigarettes, they smoking weed. They smoking poison. They don't teach you how to change your mindset so that you can build something powerful for the future for you and your people. They don't do that. All they want you to do is be so they can have large numbers and so that they can get your KSF, your money, your 10% of your tithes, so they can get nice cars, so they can pay their rent, so that they can pay the electric and the bills in that building that they keep y'all. Yeah, that's all. But that cycle is just over and over and over. We teaching you how to liberate your mind. We teaching you how to be a true sovereign individual. We teaching you how to serve the Most High to the best of your ability with a pure spirit. That's what we're teaching. And if you don't want to accept that, that's okay, but we're going to keep teaching. And the proof that we're on the right path is the Most High working in our lives. That's it. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. We're not going to sit around and talk about all this old foolish stuff and each other, and it don't profit anything. Why would I waste my time on that? Time is sacred. And what we talk about is things that are needed and necessary in this life that we living in today to first draw our people together, to first cause our people to change their lives from darkness to light, and then to cause our people to begin a better relationship with the Most High, King of all creation. That's what we're doing. That's who we are. And if we can't do that, then there's nothing else that we can do. But it's up to you on the receiving end to hear what it is that we're singing so that you can become a better productive citizen in humanity, a better productive servant to the Almighty, a better productive person in the family of Yisrael. That's what we're doing. That's our purpose. That's our goal. And if you want to question any of that, then just type it in the room. Ask your questions and we will address them. We will answer your questions to the best of our ability. And if we can't answer them, we'll be honest and just tell you, I don't know the answer to that. I can't answer that, but we will get back to you about it. So let's move on. We ain't got time to play. We serious about this walk. Can I hear that song one more time, please, before we get started? Yeah, let me hear my niece go blow again. Set the right tone for this class.
1 second.
I can't hear it. It's too low. I can't hear it. Gotta turn it up some. Turn it up some. That's as loud as you go. Oh, we got a problem. Come on, y'all. Chill out.
When I seen wrong prospering wherever they go, I envied the wicked so much that my feet were gone.
Yeah.
But now I hold on to someone I know is strong. He my rock and fortress. I put my trust in Yahweh. Then you and me, that the whole world can see. Oh yeah, my King here, He protect us all, and He heard my call. No, yeah, Yahweh is higher. Is He Yahman to where He gotta lie? Is His ear heavy to where He will not hear? Is His arm shortened to where He cannot save? Cast your burdens down and give them to Yahweh. He much than you and me, that the whole world my bills get paid. I used to worry about all of my enemies. I used to worry about if my friends would stay. But now I take my problems and give them to Yahweh. Much than you and me, that the whole world can see. No, my King gives, He protects us all, and He heard my call. Yeah, Yahweh is higher. I used to worry, but I don't know more. And I don't fall to things I've been through. You know He pulled me through. And I don't worry about man. I put all my trust in Yahweh.
Oh boy, y'all got me crying over here.
Hmm.
That's what it's like, man.
Yes.
Man, that king is awesome. That king is awesome, powerful, powerful. Sister Higdalia says, I have a question. Do you deem that strong drink referred to in the law is not alcohol? It's absolutely alcohol. But what we drink today is not the same thing that we used to drink back in the day. Give me a second, family, please.
Okay, giving him a second, everyone. While he takes a second, I'll just play.
Among the gods, there is none like unto thee, neither are there any works like unto thy words. All nations whom thou hast made shall come and worship before thee, O Lord, and shall glorify thy name, for thou art great and doest wondrous things. Teach me thy ways, O Lord, yes, I will walk in thy truth. Unite my heart to fear thy name. Oh, I will praise thee, O Lord, with all my heart, and I shall glorify thy name. For thou art great, yes, and doest wondrous things. Thou art great and do 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 wondrous things.
Put it off. All right, listen. Sister Higdalia asks us a question. She says, how is it different? How is wine today different from wine of the ancient days? One thing I want you to remember, the Creator says also, well, King Solomon, I believe, said it, give wine to those who are hurting in heart and pain and sorrow. Give them wine. But wine is not for the regular man. But let me explain to you how it's different. Today's wine does things to you that yesterday's wine didn't do. Yesterday's being the wine of ancient days. They add things to the wine today to put poisons in your body, to have a different effect on your mind. Wine today kills your brain cells. It slows down your breathing. It affects your body in a whole totally different way than wine from yesterday. Wine from yesterday made you feel good. It got you, lifted up, and it took your mind off your worries and your troubles. But today's wine, it has so many different additives in it, it's just not the same. Well, if somebody made homemade wine or pure, then it's fine. I can't argue with you about that. You won't get an argument with me out of that. But the same thing with today's marijuana. It's the same difference. From back in the 70s, marijuana was completely different than the marijuana that y'all smoking today in these streets. Homemade marijuana would be a pure strand of marijuana if you can get pure strand marijuana seeds. I'm not suggesting or promoting any of these things because I'm completely against all of them. To me, you don't need anything to hinder your mind from being on all cylinders as it needs to be. Because today's world demands that your mind is fully active and there's nothing hindering it from being able to function as it needs to be able to function so that you can respond properly at the proper time with the proper thoughts. You don't need anything clouding your judgment, your decision makings, or your rulings, anything. Therefore, I say leave it all alone. Leave it all alone. But today's wine is killing your brain cells and destroying you, and it's incapacitating you from allowing you to be able to be a free thinker in its fullest essence. You can't do it. It's killing you. It's basically killing you. If you go to my Facebook page, you'll see where I put up those YouTube videos about drinking wine. And everywhere I find one that speaks about smoking marijuana, smoking cigarettes. Cigarettes is a fad that's dying. A lot of people are not smoking cigarettes as they used to. They're replacing it with marijuana now. But it used to be cigarettes. It was a big thing, and marijuana was a small thing. Now, cigarette smoking is a small thing, and marijuana is a large thing. But all of these things are devices by the adversary to keep us blind, to keep us in a state of slumber, to keep us under the spirit of divination. And we're going to get into all that because these things are real. These things are real. Divination. What is divination? Divination, in one essence, is when people practice a sacred art for the purpose of doing or achieving whatever their goal is. Can divination be something good? Yeah, it could be something good. Could divination be something bad? Yes, it can be something bad. It's all about the intent that you have and why you do what it is that you do. So understand what I'm saying to you. This world that we're living in today, 99% of the people in this world are under a spirit of divination. This country that we live in, they use divination to get us docile in spirit. Back in the day, you just do something to a black man and the whole city would burn. It would burn. They had to figure out a way to stop that. And you know what they did? They flooded our neighborhoods with alcohol. The same thing I'm trying to tell my sister right now is what they gave to us. They would flood our neighborhoods with alcohol. And then after the alcohol wore down, they flooded with marijuana, well, cigarettes and marijuanas. And all these things was given to us. Actually, these things began by being outlawed. They was banned. Why were they banned? If it was nothing wrong with them, they were all natural. Why were they banned? The reason why they're not banned and became off the ban list is because they found a way to use it for their benefit. And it ain't about money. It's about making you docile. It's about keeping you asleep and separated. So they found a way. They say, hey, they want that weed. We're going to give them that weed, but we're going to do this to the weed, and they got to buy it from us. And you buy it from them, and you get it from them, and you trust them. And what do they do with it? They poison your brain, poison your mind, and do all types of things to you. Anything that they make illegal in this country, they have an agenda behind it. And you have to understand that. They have an agenda behind it. They may alcohol legal. At one time, it was a ban, it was prohibition against it. They prohibited it. You couldn't do it. Now they made it legal. Now they make it legal, but they own the state stores. What do you think they putting in that with that alcohol, that liquor? What do you think they doing to it? Why do you think they made it legal? So they can make money? No, they ain't worried about the money. They already filthy rich. It's about you. They don't want you to wake up. They don't want you to know who you are as a child of the Most High, because the kingdom belongs to you. The earth belongs to you. The universe submits itself to your will, but not in the condition that you're in right now, because you don't even know that you own these things. So if you don't know you own it, then they can step right in and take control over it like they're doing right now. But all this belongs to you, the children of the Most High, the black man and woman of this earth. But as long as they can keep us intoxicated, then we ain't looking for nothing. We satisfied having a 9 to 5. We satisfied making somebody else wealthy. We satisfied allowing somebody else to be in control. We're satisfied with all those things. Therefore, we don't strive for excellence. Look at our women. I hate to be disrespectful. And a lot of our men, they're all overweight. Why are they all overweight? That was by design. They designed it that way with the poisons they put in the food to make you gain weight and to be fat and sloppy, to be bigger than what you need to be. Why? So you won't resist. Because a man that's in good shape, he got the ability to resist and fight back. And what a lot of people don't know is the more weight you got on your body, the more they affect your brain. Y'all don't see that. You don't believe me? Go on a fast and watch as your body start losing weight, your mind starts getting clearer and clearer and clearer. As your body start losing weight and the chemicals are being released from your body, you will feel your mind opening up. It's so much clearer now. They put that poison out there for a reason. And now if you look at the majority of our black sisters and our young black brothers today, the majority of them are overweight, obese even. A lot of them are even obese. She's 5'2". She weighed 250 pounds. She weighed 200 pounds at 5'2", and she a female. And that should never be. But she's learned to accept it. I seen a video the other day about these people who had this party. It was black people, our people. Now, I didn't intend to go into any of this. I do as the Most High commands me to do. If you don't like it, you don't have to be here. You can go anywhere else. A whole lot of people got these shows open. But I'm going to tell you the truth. If you don't like the truth, then that's not my problem. It's my job to deliver you the truth. I watched this video of this brother who had this celebration, a retirement party. It's all over Facebook. He had a retirement party. So at the video, the women was dressed however the women was dressed. You know, I don't like the way that they dress. I can't approve of it. But they was dressed with their backs out. Some of them had their fronts out. They had a whole lot of their body out. And the average woman looked like she was over 200 pounds. And it was a good 15 women there. And they was all dancing. They was shaking and getting it in. And almost every one of them was overweight. This has become an accepted thing in our society, and it should not be. But it is. It's accepted. And a lot of our males who would like to be men are the same way. They don't work out. They don't stretch. They don't do anything. All they do is eat, screw, and smoke and drink. That's it. That's their whole lives. Eat, screw, smoke, drink. And that's the fullness. That makes a man happy today. And that's a shame, because that's not what a man is. We satisfied with the bare necessities of life. We need to straighten up, family. We got to get it together. Because when that war kick off and you got to run down the street or run around, you can't run. You can't run. If anything happens in your house and your house catch on fire and you got to carry 2 of your children out, you can't carry them because you don't have no strength, because you're fat and out of shape as a man. And it should never be that way. Men are designed to be fit. Men are designed to be strong. Men are designed to carry the load mentally and physically. What are you, brother? How strong are you? And I ain't just talking about physical strength, but you got to have that mental strength, that mental discipline. You have to have these things in order to serve this king in the right capacity. Because when your woman needs you, you have to be able to meet her call, stand up and get the job done. No, but you're too high. You got too many video games you playing. You're not trying to hear what she got to say to you because you playing the video games with your homie, smoking the blunt, drinking the weed, drinking the cigarette, the liquor. That's what your days are about. And you call yourself a representative of the Hebrew nation. That's not how it's done, family. We got a lot of work to do. And it starts with places like this. You have to listen. You have to learn. And you got to apply that knowledge in your life to see if it works. If it works. You have to apply that knowledge. So let's get started. No, it's just ridiculous, sis. It's just ridiculous. They're fat. They're out of shape. And I'm not just talking about females. I'm talking about males too. A male is supposed to be strong, both physical and mental. And the majority of these males are weak. Weak. They live with the woman. She's stronger than you mentally. She got the apartment. She got the house. She got the career. She opened the business. And you freeloading off of her and you call yourself a man and want another wife. How? You ain't taking care of the first wife. So why would you set yourself up for that? Come on now, let's stop playing these games. And you know what? And you'll live like that and go to the house of worship and your spiritual leader will accept you. He'll accept you the way you are. Prince don't do that. You got to straighten up. You got to be the best version of yourself. If not, you got to go. It's just that simple. And you'll be given time to get yourself together, to get on the right track. You'll be given time. But if too much time is, what that mean? Too much of anything is no good. That's why they call it too much. Too much time means you got to go. Pack your bags. Get up out of here. That's why people don't like me, because I'm serious. I'm about this life for real. And I don't like to play those games. I don't like him. Yeah, you don't have to like me. Stay away from me. Stay far away. You know why I tell you to stay far away? Because that lazy spirit you got on you could be contagious and try to jump on me. And I don't want it. That trifling spirit you got on you could try to jump on me. And I don't want it. I don't want it. And I don't want none of my people to have it. So therefore, you got to go back where you come from. And when you go back where you came from, and you're away from me, you will see that everything that I told you and tried to teach you was to the benefit of your life. You will see that then. But you can't see it while you're up underneath of me and I'm telling you to stop doing what you really want to do. You won't see it. You want to drink, you want to smoke, you want to party, you want to go out to the clubs, you want to meet a new chick and you want to sex her, and you want to sex her, and you want to sex her, and you ain't made one commitment to her yet. And you think it's okay to live that way. And I'm telling you that it's not. It's an embarrassment for everything you're supposed to stand and represent. It's an embarrassment. We get caught up in this trend and how society promotes life for us. We get caught up in it. And we go and we find ourselves more comfortable in places where leadership allow us to be whoever we want to be. As long as we come to service and sing some songs and recite some laws, we think it's okay. Leadership is a bum. He's a bum, she's a bum. Whoever your leader is that allow you to do that need to sit down from the position of leadership. If you're not getting yourself together and striving to get yourself to be a better individual, a more productive individual, then something's wrong with that. What my brother say? Shabbat shalom, brother Raya. Canaan, training the boys under you to be off strong will and be mentally and physically strong. That's what I'm talking about. That's one of the teachers right there. He's one of the trainers. He can teach you martial arts. He can teach you a whole lot of things about the javelin. He can teach you a lot of things. It's people like that we need to reach out to. People like that we need to preserve, that we need to keep strong so that they can teach our people, teach our youth how to be men, mentally and physically. But we don't do that. A lot of the males today, they got a baby, they run from their babies and let them women raise the baby by themselves. And what does that do? That weakens the mind of the child. Foolishness. And this is a good example of exactly what I'm talking about. A lot of brothers never met a man. That's right. So they don't know how to be a man. And then when they meet a man and a man sit them down and try to talk to them, they reject that knowledge because it's not what they're accustomed to. Oh, no. He telling me I got to get up at 5 o'clock every morning. I ain't got to get up at 5 o'clock. I'm tired. I'm sleepy. You a bum. Get up at 5 o'clock and get up and start your day. Get something going for yourself. Even if you ain't got a job, go create a job. Go create something. Go get some toilet paper and go door to door selling toilet paper if you have to. Do something for you. But I bet you that dude that don't want to get up till 9, 10 o'clock at night, and any mother that lets her child stay in a bed like that, you need some teaching. He'll stay in the bed to 10, 11 o'clock in the morning. Ain't got no job, no education, ain't got nothing. And she think it's okay. And if your daddy letting you do it, he got a problem too. We got to get this thing right, y'all. Stop playing these games. Stop playing these games. We playing church. Church say, come as you are. The Creator never said that to nobody. But that's what church teach. I already did that, Ema. Thank you. Only be thou strong and very courageous. Benakaj. Teach me your name, brother. Benakaj. All right. Only be strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe and do according to the law which Moses thy servant commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left. I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that. Be strong and very courageous and keep the law in the forefront of your minds. Thank you very much for that, my brother. We got to stop playing these games we playing, y'all, because it's horrible. Now, when the war break out, you're going to find out who the men and who the boys. You're going to find out real soon. Okay. From Augusta, Cincinnati. It's my brother from Cincinnati. He from Augusta. That's my man. Shabbat shalom, bro. Shabbat shalom. Uh-oh. Somebody telling themselves, uh-oh, I am totally guilty of letting them sleep late. You should never. See, let me explain this to y'all. This is what you got to understand. Young men have to learn. You don't stay in the bed past 5 o'clock in the morning. Get up. Get up. And do what? What am I going to do up 5 o'clock in the morning? First thing you should do as a young man, get up and exercise. You can start your exercise at 5 o'clock after you make prayer, because we make prayer at 5 o'clock every morning. We wake up at 5 o'clock. I'm already up because I get up about 3:30. But I ain't going to put that kind of stress on nobody because you ain't me. And I don't expect you to be me and do what I do. I don't get up at 5 o'clock. I get up about 3:30, and I start my day. And sometimes I might lay back down, but the majority of the time I'm up and I'm getting done. So you get up, you make prayer at 5 o'clock. After you make prayer, you can start your workout for a half hour, 45 minutes. As a young man, you should be doing things like this. All right. After you get finished your workout, set your mind, get a piece of paper and a pencil and write down what your goal should be for the day. If you ain't got a job, create a job. I just gave you an example. You can go out and buy rolls of toilet paper, buy cases of toilet paper. A case of toilet paper costs you $15. You get 30 rolls. Go to door and sell each roll for $1. And you just doubled your money. You understand what I'm saying? You just doubled your money. Now, if you do that 3 or 4 times, then you could buy a whole case of toilet paper, a whole case, 100 and something rolls, and only pay about $25, $30 for it. And that's a way for you to start your business. What does that teach you? That teach you how to be self-sufficient, how to be a man, not a male, but a man. It teaches you these things. There's a whole lot of different ways, if you will, but just listen. The problem is a lot of people don't want to listen. We're going to get started with the class because I'm about to tear something up in here. I'm about to tear something up in here, and I don't want to do all that because we're going to get sidetracked. We ain't going to be able to get into that class like we should. But you sis, it's interesting because little children definitely get up early all the time unless their mothers let them sleep. Maybe we should encourage them to continue that instead of being happy they sleep later. That's right. If their mothers will let them sleep, they will sleep all day if their moms let them sleep. And a lot of mothers let their children sleep till the child wake up on his own. I'm not talking about a 1 or 2 year old because they still growing. I'm talking about a child that's after that. He should be up early or she should be up early in the morning getting started with their day. But the problem is the mom want to stay in the bed and stay asleep, or the babysitter want to stay in the bed and stay asleep, and they don't want the child disturbing them. So therefore, they'll put the child somewhere and teach the child to go to sleep. I seen this one thing where the child was being given sedatives to make them go to sleep so that the babysitter could go to sleep. Destruction. But this is true. That's right. It's laziness. That's exactly what it's called, laziness. Even if you ain't got a job, you should be up trying to create a job, make flyers, put up things where you will clean out people's basement. You will take their trash out every day. If your neighbors would all get together and let you take their trash out when the trash is due every week, that's a little bit of something. You can charge them $5 a week. That's a start. Let me take your trash out. Can I take your trash out? And some of them be having a lot of trash. And a lot of neighbors are older. They don't want to carry the trash. A lot of the males forget to take the trash out. And then you go in there and you taking their trash out and you get paid $5 a week. That's $5 more than what you had from each household on the block. How many houses on the block? 45, 50 houses on the block. That's a lot of money. If you live in the projects, you can go to a whole building. That's 300-400 people and ask them, hey, listen, can I do this for you? When I was a young man, I used to go I used to live in the projects at 11th and Diamond in Philadelphia, 11th and Diamond. And we had what we call an incinerator. I was in the 6th grade. When you get your trash in your house, you take your trash and you put it out your house and walk down the hallway in front of the elevators and drop it down a chute, and the chute will burn up the trash. It's called an incinerator. Well, every once in a while, now I'm in the 6th grade. Every once in a while, the incinerator would back up and smoke will come all through the halls and it would leave a soot on the walls. I used to take my bucket with soapy water and a sponge and a rag and go knock on people's door. Can I wash your wall outside? And they would give me a handful of change. That was my first lesson in becoming productive in this life. And that's what I did. Barawak, Shabbat Shalom, my brother. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you. But that was my first lesson about being productive as a young man. I would get up early in the morning, go wash the walls in the projects where I lived. I would wash their walls, clean their walls to make my money. And I used to take that money and go buy me race cars. That's how young I was. Race car tracks and all that type of stuff. That's what I did. What you say, Aim? Growing up, my parents got us up at 5 a.m. Resisting was not an option. That's what I'm talking about. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Bahir. Shabbat Shalom. That's what I'm talking about. 5 a.m. Get up. And anybody that's allowing their children to sleep past that, the Creator will deal with you because now you know better. And what you do with it now is up to you. But now you know better. We're going to get started with our lessons for the day, all right? Don't nobody go nowhere. Everybody stay. But one thing I got to ask is that I only see we got 8 likes and we got 2,500 people in the room. We got 2,500 people and we only got 8 likes and 2 shares. Why is that? Come on, y'all. Let's get this thing going. We should be having about at least 1,200 likes. If everybody go in and give up a like, then that helps the algorithm for the classes. And if you're not a member, subscribe to the page. If you're not a member, subscribe to the page. Natalia, Shabbat Shalom, my sister. And tell my brother I said Shalom, please. Tell my brother I said Shalom. But if you're not a member, subscribe to the page. Go in. Let's get our likes up, family. Let's get our likes up. 2,500 people in the room, and we only got 8 likes. That's not good. I mean, we ain't got no dislikes, but if you dislike it, then give us a dislike. It don't matter. This is my first time. I thought class had started. Oh, okay. We getting ready to get started, Iman. We ain't get started yet, but we getting ready to get started. We started, but we didn't get into the bulk of everything yet. We getting ready to. Prince be running his mouth. You know how Prince be upset and that fire just be up inside him sometime. And he just got to let it out. All right, let's go. The Most High never said it would be easy. But if we pertain to righteousness, the Most High would be with us and sometimes have to remind ourselves it's an honor to be in the service of the Most High. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. Let's go. What you say, Ima? My grandfather got us up every morning, rising between 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. to work out, and it was intense. He woke us up. He woke us all up and didn't care how old you were. Absolutely. I totally agree. I totally agree. I like your grandfather already. Never met him. All right, let's rock and roll, family. Imad, you got the floor.
Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom, everyone. All praises, all glory to our Creator. We will begin with our thank yous, praising the Most High for this day. And I will scroll up and get all the thank yous that have been left for me to read. Give me a moment.
Imad, can you turn your mic up some, please? That might be why the music was low, because you sound real low.
Is that better?
No, sound the same.
Well, I've turned my mic up.
That's as loud as you can go?
That's as loud as my mic is up. I mean, I'm sure I can raise my voice some if that's
No, you have to raise your voice. Your voice is too pretty to raise. Let that beautiful voice stay low. All right, we'll deal with it. Toda.
All right. All right. Shabbat shalom, everyone. Getting started with our thank yous, our Toda Rabbah to the Creator. So starting with Malka Higdalia, and she says, I am thankful to the Most High for his faithfulness. Ezekiel, Yechezkel 11:16. Therefore say, thus saith the Most High our power, although I have cast them afar off among the heathen, and although I have scattered them among the countries, yet will I be to them as a little sanctuary in the countries where they shall come. Without his continued faithfulness, we would not be able to feel his protection. Hallelujah. And she also says, I am thankful to the Most High for mommy's patience with me. She has gone above and beyond, waiting for me to grow up. Oh, that's a forever thing that we do as mothers. All praises. She says, I am also thankful to the Most High that he protects us from ourselves through his laws when we decide to live in them. Hallelujah. She says, I am thankful to the Most High that he makes it possible for our enemies to work in our favor, often not even realizing they are being a help. Hallelujah. She also says, I am thankful to the Most High for the discernment he allows me to have already and to be able to grow. It's funny how something you thought you knew ends up being wrong. Malka Dali is also thankful that I am thankful to the Most High that he assists us in removing snares to our walk through the laws we were instructed, and often on his own without us knowing. That snares just disappears from around us. She says, I am also thankful to the Most High for GHA at Temple Kifarim. Thanks to them, he would not be submerged into all of the paganism of the world for half of the year. He gets to learn about the world in a Torah context for his whole educational career. She's speaking of her son, Senior Rashon. He's been there since kindergarten and will continue to finish high school. Hallelujah. Just now, my mind told me university too, so maybe that's coming too. It has been talked about, sis. It has been talked about. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for the people support I have in my life. He gives them discernment as well, and we are able to help each other remain grounded in the law. Hallelujah. Malkek Dolly also says, I am thankful to the Most High for his patience with us and faithfulness. It doesn't take long to be tried by our people, not at all. We made it this far, though, his mercy alone, not our great behavior. Hallelujah. Malcolm Dahlia also says, I am thankful to the Most High for giving me such a thankful heart. It's hard to describe. I feel my heart as being so full and it's so peaceful when I sit and deliberately call to mind all the great things I receive from him. Sometimes it makes me cry tears of joy. Todaya, Todaya. She says, I'm thankful to the Most High for being with my granddaughter, Ivy Honor. I love that. While she is treated, he has allowed her to remain happy and full of life through it all. It's amazing to witness. I am thankful to the Most High for Shabbat dinners. For some reason, it always tastes better than dinner any other night, even an identical meal. It's amazing. It is amazing. I can agree. And then she says, I am thankful to the Most High for this study, encouraging us to be our thankfulness into mind, to bring our thankfulness to mind. Hallelujah. And then Makek Dali also says, I am thankful to the Most High that he gives us all the tools to not fail. Hallelujah. So I will be 1 second. I have a few more thank yous. I've seen them. Sorry I didn't start them, you guys. Just moving fast.
I start them for you.
Oh, okay, thank you so much, husband. All right. Zaquina Kimya says, Shalom, family. All hail the sovereign of Yisrael. Giving thanks, praise, and honor to the Most High for bringing me safely through this horrific cycle. Thankful for my family, friends, dwelling place, finances, and the many favors of the Most High. Family, they've trying everything possible to wipe out my account. That account is closed again. Another card is on its way. To the Most High for your trustworthiness. I'm just waiting for her. She said, and so. And your covering. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. All praises. I'll scroll back up. All right. Zaquina Opal says, Shabbat Shalom, family. It's blessing to wake to see another day and also thankful for my family. And bringing her through another week. All praises. Toda Rabah. 1 second. Right. My sister wife, Autumn, says, I'm thankful to the Most High, put a short Shabbat song in my heart that I can remember to sing every Shabbat. I was singing it with BK and was jamming. Hallelujah. She had some more. She had like 2 more up there, Abba. You can scroll to get those. And then Sister ATHE says, even in the midst of losing 2 loved ones, even after being discharged from the hospital last night, even while my mother remains in the hospital, I still see the greatness of Yah. Hallelujah. All praises. And Keter says, highest praise to the Most High for his continued mercy and grace. Couldn't exist or live without these favors. Hallelujah. Sorry, I see some new comments. Sorry. Just making sure I got everybody. Sister ATHE says, Yah is not absent in the storm. He is sovereign over it. He is my help, my strength, my keeper. Grief may visit, trials may pass, but purpose still stands. Hallelujah. Sorry, I'm going back in. Okay. My sister wife, Autumn says, I am thankful to the Most High allow me and BK to help my sister wife in any way we could in GHATK's awesome book fair this week. Ooh, it was so busy, yet successful. All praises it was. She says, I am also thankful that the Most High woke me up right on time to catch BK from falling off the bed. If he rolled over one more time, I would have woke up to him crying. Hallelujah for that, indeed. All right, I think that was it for everyone's comments. Toda Rabbah. Just making sure. Okay, yes, Toda Rabbah. Definitely in, my sister wife says, wow, ATHE, may the Most High keep his arms around you and your family as he's currently doing right now. Hallelujah. So definitely want to give all praises to the Creator, and may he be with all those, who have expressed their thankfulness, whether openly or inwardly. It is to him that we give our glory, our praise, and thanking him for his grace and his mercy in all our lives. So grateful for that. I'm super grateful as always to make it to another Shabbat day, to make it through a week of work, of everything that we do. When we wake up, when we have to cook, clean, whatever we have to do, we make it to another week where we can rest in fullness. We can rest and be thankful that the Most High has given us a day of rest, a separation. So I'm thankful for that, to make it through this week, to make it through all the work that we decide or we have to do for our families, for our communities, for ourselves. And then to wake up, open our eyes on the Shabbat day, or even close our eyes to rest at the beginning of the Shabbat day, and then to wake up to continue the Shabbat day. It is truly a blessing. So Torah to the Most High for that, for this day always. I'm thankful to the Creator for my Horim, my Abba, my Ima. This week has been a big reflection with me on the non-existence physically of my mother. I've had a lot of just reflecting about it, and even conversations in one of the sisterhoods I'm a part of. I had posted something about feeling motherless, and somebody was like, "Oh, you're not motherless. You have a lot of mothers here, And I said to them, it's no disrespect to anyone who I consider a spiritual mother or community mother. However, the physical mother, the one whom you came through her womb, whom that tether is there forever, that's a person that's when you lose that person physically. In my opinion, everybody doesn't have to agree. That's why I said I was motherless, and I'm motherless as in the physical sense, not in the spiritual sense. And I know my mother is still here with me, all the things that people say. However, the physical presence, it is still a very hard process to live in. And you learn we talked about this before in grief, you learn to just, your life becomes something else. And you just learn to dig for the memories, dig for the advice that you're seeking for in them. You learn to just, be thankful for what you had with them. However, not to dismiss anyone's feelings, you will still have desires to have them with you, to miss them, because that's the only person that you know from the inside out. That's the first person, the first heartbeat you heard, the first person who held your heartbeat, who felt you, who touched you, who loved you, and who protected you and guided you in the physical form. So, but yes, this week has been one of those weeks where she was very present in my heart and mind. And what I loved, though, this week was in our sisterhood, that when I expressed that, my other sisters who have gone through this, we were able to actually express our feelings and cry a little bit with one another, talk about it, and then, find strength in each other by communicating. Because a lot of times we may not communicate because we don't want someone else to pity us for how we're feeling, or to kind of like make somebody feel bad or whatever. But sometimes it's good to talk about it because others may need to express something at the moment. And what I learned through posting what I did in our chat was that we all needed a space. We all were having a moment, not even me knowing it. And the Most High, allowed that message to come through me, and I'm thankful for that, because it gave all of us a time to be present within ourselves and with each other. I'm super thankful to the Creator for Maish, for his protection that he has been allowed to give to us, his guidance, his just him being who he is as a husband, as a man, a father, a community leader, and the blessings that the Most High has placed upon him to not just hold them in as an individual, but to spread them to the community, to those who are in need, to those who, um, you know, definitely made that. It ain't even about the reciprocation of it, but just to be able to do it and to know that the Most High is whom you seek your blessing from. And in all things, that's one of the things that I have learned from him through, his grace and mercy. At times, and he knows it, and I tell him at times, I'm tired. I just want to break. I may just want to sleep and not deal with, the day to day of what the Most High has assigned me to do. And a lot of times it's not about quitting. It's just a moment of thinking like, okay, how do I get a break in the midst of this and still find strength and not feel like guilty or compelled because of a title or your presence, So I'm thankful though that, I have my husband that I'm able to communicate these feelings with, and he encouraged me to the best of his ability, and that, we could have these conversations and, feel good about it and understanding about it. And then, learning to live within the scope of who we are. So I'm grateful for that. I'm also super grateful for my family, um, my children, all the children who I've chosen and have chosen me. I'm super grateful, and I speak about my children this week more because I got to work directly with my eldest son this week for 3 days straight. We did a book fair, and we hosted a book fair, and we invited other schools. And my son, like I know I mentioned it before, has his own videography business, and amongst other things within that realm of career path, right? And he actually came in and did all our video and pictures, photos rather, photography. And it was just a blessing to have him there to get his advice, to see him actually work and direct the scene, to see him be creative in his light, to see just his manhood shine. He's 23 now. And I had to think about that. Yes, he's 23 now. And just to remember that first moment, he came into this world. And I can remember all the prayers that I had for him. And I can remember that moment of fear, that moment of excitement, all those things. But what I meditated on this week mostly was I was 7 months pregnant with my son Kalfani, and I was body slammed down by the police through a misunderstanding of his father. And I went to ask a question of what was happening. And instead of the officer answering me, he basically picked me up and body slammed me at 7 months pregnant. And at the moment, I didn't feel, any pains or anything. I had my 2 older daughters with me. One was in a stroller, one was old enough to walk. And I just remember what's going to happen, what's going on, what's going to happen. Then they arrested me. And I remember calling out, or no, actually people calling out saying, what do you want us to do with your children? We'll call your family. And I remember calling out, my sister's number, because a young brother actually was like, I remember you were my counselor, when I was in school. And so I gave them my sister's number. And I remember being in the cell And all of a sudden, I couldn't feel my baby moving. My back was hurting bad. And I just remember I just started praying. And at this time, I didn't know myself as a Hebrew. You know, I just knew that there was a creator, and I knew that he was all and everything. And so I started praying to the creator, asking, you know, what should I do? I told them I was in pain. They took me to the hospital. They chained me to a bed, and they told me that I was going in labor, but I couldn't call nobody. And I remember just laying there continuously praying and asking the Most High to, you know, let my family know what's going on. Like, let somebody know that that we're okay, that, you know, that what's happening at the moment. And I recall in the middle of the night, this security guard came in and uncuffed my feet and my arms and told me to just relax, to just rest, and everything would be okay. And I remember waking up to nobody in the room with me, and I see a phone, and I pick up the phone. It's a dial tone, and I call my mother. And I call my mother, and I tell her where I am. I tell her what's going on. And I remember at that moment, someone came in the room, and they was like, "Put that phone down." I was like, "Well, I had to call my family and let them know what's going on." And then I remember them re-handcuffing or chaining my feet to the bed and my arms back up. And but then I remember they gave me the report that my baby was fine and that I was no longer going into labor. I just remember laying there praying to the Creator and thanking Him for protecting my son, my unborn son, from this world, from that police officer, from everything that was happening at that moment. And so when I look at my son now at 23, I just think about that moment. And I think about how, you know, this world, the way that they look at young men, the fear that they have against our men. And as a mother, all I can think about is how I have to protect my son for the rest of his life. You know, my sons, my nephews, you know, it just gave me a whole different perspective of how to what my role was going to be. I didn't know that that was going to happen to me, you know, during my pregnancy. I didn't know that, you know, the Most High was going to spare me in that moment, but I knew that I had to pray to Him, and I knew that I had to protect my unborn son. And in doing so, I named my son, you know, when he was still in the womb, and once I knew he was going to be all right, I looked up names that would reflect who he would be in this world. And so I named him Kalfani Ngobazi, and Kalfani means unconquerable warrior, and Ngobazi means the right hand to the king. And also it means he will protect the king. And so when I look at my son now, I look at his regalness, his strength, how he carries himself, and I'm super proud of him. You know, I say all that to say I'm super proud of him. I'm super proud of the young Black man he is coming to be. And I'm just grateful, you know, I'm super grateful. And watching him this week had me really reflecting on that entire process of his life so far, beginning with that moment and beginning with that little slither of a moment. And I know it says little and some may say it's big, but you know, within these 23 years, that slither of a moment where he could have been taken from me, he could have been stripped, and from my womb, and the Most High protected him. And so I'm super grateful for that. I'm so and it gets me emotional, so I don't want to cry about it, but I've cried about it, just, you know, remembering that and thanking the Creator for the strength of my family and community, because when that happened, so many people came to his defense as a fetus in the womb, and came to my defense as his mother. And I'm super, super proud, and so proud. Well, no, Kafani means unconquerable warrior. His middle name, Ngobazi, which is Mgobozi, means the second part. And I also named him that after one of my favorite uncles, Sekou Odinga, who was a part of the Black Panther Party and one of the men who was there to help liberate Assata Shakur, and my uncle passed away 2 years ago. And I remember when my son was born, well, when I was naming him, and I thought about his strength, the strength that he held on to in the womb, it reminded me of my uncle because of all the torture that he went through as a man for our people. And then what was so much more even beautiful in that process, my son, the Most High protected him, and then my son was delivered, the Most High delivered him to me on my 25th birthday. And so I just thought that was a beautiful present. And I'm grateful, I'm super grateful. And I'm grateful that the Most High has allowed him to grow into who he is. And I just continually pray for him, pray for his protection, his guidance, his walk in the life that he's choosing to walk. And I'm grateful to, all my children, or for all my children. I'm grateful for my bonus son, BK, who every day, especially now that he lives here, challenges me with just his time. He is so energetic, and so I won't even say needy, because he's so independent, but he wants you to be a part of everything he's doing. And so even having him, having that baby force in my presence daily now has given me another sense of strength and agility, I guess you could say, and just youthfulness, because he's going to make sure that you are engaging in his fun as much as he is engaging in his fun. I'm grateful to the Creator for allowing us to have a beautiful and successful week of the book fair. It was so beautiful to see all of our children that, I hadn't seen in years, children I never met, come to the book fair with nothing but excitement in their eyes, to purchase books, to see when they came in, they were just like, these are books by Black people. All the books were written and illustrated by Black people, and it was at a Black-owned bookstore. So it was really a beautiful experience to see all of our children embrace the books, embrace literacy, embrace the process of actually wanting to buy a book. I saw some children walk out there with 10 books, puzzles, comic books. It was really a beautiful experience. And I thank the Creator for placing it in our hands at GHATK to host it, to facilitate, to execute the plan, and the Most High for allowing the listening tree to be our host as well, and for allowing it to just happen. And we invited 3 other independent schools, and it was really successful, and they enjoyed it, and they thanked us. And it just reminded me yet again of the light that we are supposed to be as his sons and daughters, as his descendants, as his children, his chosen ones. And being a light doesn't always say you have to walk around, shouting the commandments, but being a light is showing them through your actions, through your life, through applying the law daily, through your kindness, through your love, through your teachings, that who you are. It doesn't matter, your name, what they call you, but the light is how you represent him. And that's through your actions, through your character. So Toda to the Most High for those blessings that he has placed on us. And truly thankful for this week. Say who? You're on mute, Abba.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah, Toda Rabbah, Toda Rabbah. Shabbat Shalom, Ra. Welcome, welcome. Shabbat Shalom. All right, Emma. What do? We do the commandments first, or we do your presentation first? Presentation come first, right? All right, you ready with that? You got your presentation together? Can't hear you. The name of the lesson today, family, is Divination Killing Us.
I was just saying, let me get some water, please.
Sure. Divination. Is divination killing us? A lot of us have no idea that we're under a spell. We live here in America, and wherever you may live in the world. But definitely here in America, we are under spell. And that spell is forever growing stronger and stronger on us until we break that chain and return back to the Most High. See, because once you return back to the Most High and you're living in your fullness, any sorcerer or witch or anybody who tries to put spells on people will tell you that when you have that spiritual connection with the Most High, they can't curse you. They can try, but it won't work. It'll actually backfire and attack them. But if you're not walking one in one with the Almighty, anything is liable to take place in your life. So this is why we, as the children of the Most High, must really give our whole essence to the great King, our whole essence, so that we can be protected in the unseen world, just like in the physical world. Now, the unseen world is 1,000 times stronger than the physical world. And that y'all have to understand. The unseen world is 1,000 times stronger than the physical world. But most people don't have any idea of how powerful the unseen world is. All right. So we're getting ready to get into the commandments, family. So if you can, please post your commandments. First, she's going to do her presentation. She has a wonderful presentation for you all. And then she's going to do the commandments. So if you want to get ahead of the game, please search out your scriptures, get your commandment, and post your commandment so that we can do your commandment. Now, what you do is you find a scripture in the law that has a commandment to it. And you post that scripture, and then you give your explanation of what that commandment means. Break it down in your own words. All right? So let's get started. Ima, you ready to rock and roll?
Okay.
All righty, you got the floor. Total Rabah.
Anybody? All right. For some reason, my internet was.
Yeah, how about we take and have you clean your screen first? There you go.
Yeah,
Now you look good now. Yeah, you look good now. All right, Total Rabah. Yeah, don't look good now. When I blow you up, it looks different. But go ahead, do your thing.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on either with the reception here. It keeps on my end. It keeps staggering. So just let me know.
Well, that don't make sense because I think they're doing this to us intentionally. Because every week we have a problem with the internet, no matter where we're located, and you in a hotel. There's no reason why hotel Wi-Fi should be back acting up.
Yeah, it is.
All right, let's go. Move forward, please.
Yes, Kane, I'll do my best. All right, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Toda Rabah for being here again today. And yes, I want to do a presentation on financial literacy. See, is it pausing for you?
No, we can hear you. The picture is pausing, but we can hear you. So you just go ahead and do your thing.
Okay. All right. So today I wanted to do my presentation on financial literacy. We did last week on literacy as a whole, like just, but basically focusing on reading, right? And financial literacy came to me today also to speak because during our book fair, we did a full presentation for our middle school and high schoolers, and it was around financial literacy. And it was so actually invigorating to hear our youth know a lot about financial literacy, those who knew, right? And of course, there were those who did not know. And just like us adults, there's some who do and some who don't. And it was beautiful for me as well because it was a reminder of, that we need financial literacy. That financial literacy is very important within ourselves and in our households. If we're building a community, whether we want to start a small business or a large business, or whether like we have just one family or a plethora of families in the midst of us, financial literacy is important. And I know, like, for me, that's not something that I was taught as a child to the depths of what I'm sure I could have, and to the depths of what I am seeing now being taught to so many children. So I'm just going to do something brief, speaking about the definition of financial literacy, the purposes, the ways that we can help ourselves to become financial literate, and keeping in mind that it is the Shabbat. So I will do my best to keep it holy. Sorry, it's just acting slow over here for me. Okay. So the definition of financial literacy is the set of skills needed to handle money wisely, invest effectively, and plan for a comfortable future. The overview is that financial literacy forms the foundation for managing money effectively throughout life. Knowing the basics of money management, budgeting, saving, and investing contributes to a more successful and less stressful life. The earlier you start to become financially literate, the better off you'll be. Understanding financial literacy. Earlier generations relied on cash, and only the relatively affluent had access to loans. Today's consumers face a world that is both more convenient and more hazardous. Credit cards, debit cards, and electronic transfers are now preferred over cash. Internet shopping made electronic payments routine. In recent years, cash has accounted for a small and declining share of the United States transactions. Since meanwhile, the average interest rate on credit cards remains above 20%. So even though they're using more, the average rate, and that's normally if your interest rate is high, it's usually based on your credit score. The pitfalls of literacy. Being financial illiterate can lead to illiterate, meaning of not knowing, can lead to financial disaster as it increases the likelihood of accumulating unsustainable debt burdens due to poor spending decisions or a lack of long-term planning. This in turn can lead to poor credit, bankruptcy, and housing foreclosure. There are now more resources than ever for those wishing to educate themselves. One such resource is mymoney.gov. It's a free online curriculum of financial education. Well, that's created by the government. Of course, we have financial resources within our communities, and that's what we will support and, make available for our people. Financial literacy can reduce vulnerability to fraud and financial scams. So I wanted to the key takeaways is financial literacy covers the fundamentals of earning, spending, saving, borrowing, and investing. It supports major life goals, including education, home ownership, business ownership, and retirement. Strong financial knowledge can reduce vulnerability to debt traps and financial fraud. It can also, core skills in financial literacy can include budgeting, long-term planning, and understanding credit and evaluating investments. And it also is free, reputable online resources can help individuals build these skills. So I will, of course, place this link in the chat. And then just wanted to, say that we do have people in our community, brothers and sisters in our community that are teaching and have classes for financial literacy, and not just for adults, but for our youth as well. One of the great things that we did during our book fair was the founder of the Listening Tree. He actually has a financial literacy program for youth called Young Entrepreneurs. And so that's also a program that we will be looking at for our school, for our children to be a part of, to learn about financial literacy, so that they will be well educated and well prepared for them coming into adulthood, whether they go to college, start their own business, start a family. Financial literacy is important for all of those things, because I remember when I was in college, one of the biggest things, and I'm glad I didn't get caught up in that, but one of the biggest things I saw my college classmates and roommates fall into was the trap of college credit cards, where they would have these credit cards for college students, And they would give you these credit cards or access to it, but there was no teaching or no education on how to use that credit card or how often to pay it back or even not to do it. It was just like they made it so easy, accessible to attain, and so many were in debt before they even hit their second year in college. Because hey, it's a credit card, it's free money, that's what we think, and you're out there spending, 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 and then you have no way to pay it back because you may not have a job, or if you do have a job, you're paying for other things. Then your parents can't help you pay for your credit card because they are barely helping you pay for college. If you don't have a scholarship, your parents are taking on that bill. And for some of them, they're working 2 or 3 jobs. So the financial literacy program and for adults and children can help, with us teaching our children young and help us adults. Even though we're adults, we can become financial literate. We can, get back to where we are not burdened to have to work 2 and 3 jobs from paycheck to paycheck, all the things that we are burdened with because we don't make intelligent or efficient and effective financial decisions. And I'm one of those adults as a child. Like I can say, I was not financial literate. And a lot of what I've learned with financial literacy has been, in my marriage with my husband and growing and understanding it. Um, because yes, I was one of those young people who worked and paid my bills and bought things, and then I had children. So, a lot of it becomes uh, a financial burden because now, you have all these liabilities and not enough assets to cover your liabilities. So, just wanted to bring that to the forefront, bring that information, and I pray that it has helped someone today. I do pray that if, we have questions, that, reach out to us, and we can find those resources for you within our community, find classes that we can have, or even if people want to come and do a presentation, for the school or the community as a whole, let's reach out to one another. Let's help each other become financial literate, especially in this day and time. Toda Rabah, and for your time, Zehu.
All right. Shalom, shalom. Well,
Shalom.
she finally went within the time frame that was allotted.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes. But still, I think a lot of people sleep on financial literacy. This is what I ask anybody, especially my Nashim, after they done went out and splurged and spent money, lots of money. Think about this, family. Some of you have gotten your income tax check this year already. You got an income tax check last year. You worked on your jobs and you got income coming in for the whole year for the amount of time that you worked. Think about this for a second. How much of that money that you made from your income tax this year, last year, and from working all year, how much of that money do you still have in reserve put away somewhere today? You just got your income tax check 2 weeks ago. It's gone already. Now, just because it's gone doesn't mean that's a problem. But it's gone where? Do you have anything today that is tangible where you can say, this is what I did with my money? Or is it just gone? You spent it on clothes, you spent it on shoes, you spent it getting your hair done, your nails done, you spent it on food, you spent it on the Ubers, Uber Eats, ordering out, whatever you spent it on, the movies. A lot of us who are people of color, I'm about to drop something. I'm about to drop something right now. A lot of us who are people of color, we spend our money on things we want, and then we beg for the things we need. So many of us, we spend our money on things we want, and then we beg for things we need. Financial literacy. Let's say you make $100 a week. Whatever your paycheck is, you make $100 a week. Out of that $100, $10 should be put up for you, put away in a place where you ain't going to touch it. No matter what, you don't touch that $10. You take 10% of whatever you make and you put it away. So if you make $100, $10 of that get put away. Don't touch it. Don't even think about it. Matter of fact, forget you got it sitting over there. And if you do that every week that you get paid, eventually you'll have $100. Now, you take that $100 and you can invest that $100 so that your money is now working for you to bring you back more money. Now, if you only got a little bit, you can start as low as $20 a month. I mean, $20 at a time. I have my children, I talk to some of my children to sign them up for Vanguard. Any of you don't know about it, look on the internet, look it up. It's called Vanguard. And Vanguard is an opportunity for you to make money off your money, no matter how much money you make. You know, you open up a Vanguard account, you put $20 a week, $20 a month, whatever you want to put as an investment. S&P 500, they'll spread your money out and they'll invest in different things. Now, I'm going to do this the best I can on the Shabbat day and keep it mindful. But see, I only get to talk to y'all every once in a while. And I pray that everything I do right now is helps you to draw closer to this King. Because we got to get out of these situations that we're in. So you can take that $20 every week or every month, however it is, and just invest it in that account. Don't touch it. Don't look at it. When you save your $100 up, take that $100 and invest it in that account. Don't touch it. Don't look at it. Eventually, that money will produce more money for you. One of the books that I read, I got from my Uncle Rahim. When I was a little boy, probably about 14, 15 years old, Uncle Rahim gave me a book called The Richest Man in Babylon. And The Richest Man in Babylon taught me a whole lot about finances. One thing he teaches is that you take 10% of all your earnings and put it away and don't touch it. But one of the philosophies that he has in there is that every dollar you make is a slave for you, a potential slave. Every dollar, every single dollar. So what you do is you take that slave and you allow that slave to go out to bring you back more slaves. That's the way you look at it. You take that slave that you got to go out and bring you back more slaves. Right. So therefore, while you're sleeping, you're making money. While you're driving down the road doing whatever you're doing, you're making money. We don't know nothing about this. We, as Black people in America, we don't know nothing about money, the real forms of money. And I'm just touching on these little things that I can touch on just a little bit on the Shabbat day because I can't talk about much and I can't go too far. But go to Vanguard, open up an account, a brokerage account where you can invest your money in places where it can bring you back more money. Now, there's a lot of people who are all over the internet, setting up these places all over the internet, talking about you can make money in this, make money in that. A lot of those things are scams. And a lot of those people are just trying to get your money because they know people are trying to make money. These are desperate times right now. But if anybody ever want to take this conversation any further, please let me know. Reach out to whomever you are connected to. Get my number, get my Facebook page, my Instagram. We can have these conversations. But this is what it is that we must do. One of the problems that we have as a people that so many people don't understand, don't know is the true secret to wealth is giving. You are to share a portion of whatever you bring in. You can give it to our school. You can give it to a family next door to you that really are in need. And if you don't trust them, then you go out and spend the money on what you want them to have and give them that gift. But anything, talk to any wealthy person, anybody with some money. The first principle of becoming wealthy is that whatever you have to share a portion of that. Because when the Most High sees you giving and sharing to someone else or something else, he rewards you for it with no strings attached. We got some people here, I wish I can call out their names, but I don't want to do that because I don't want to put them on the spot, whom every week or every paycheck or every month, however they get their money, they donate money to the school for the children, our school for our children. And those people have no idea how helpful those donations have been. Extremely helpful. And we are so grateful. But I noticed that they're always able to give. But how they're always able to give? They're always able to give because when they do give, the Most High blesses them even that much more. That's wisdom, but a lot of people think I'm just scamming right now and trying to get some money out of you. I'm already with I'm doing my thing over here. I don't need your money. Believe me, I don't even want your money. If you want to give it to me, but it's going to go right to the school. I'm going to take everything that you give and I'm going to put it right into that school so that school can get better, bigger, better, stronger, and more powerful than what it is. I don't need anybody to feed me. I'm not a bum. I'm a man, real man. I take care of my own. You don't have to pay my car, nope, my mortgage, none of that stuff. I don't need nothing from nobody in that order. But the school can use your help. If you want to give to the school. And when you donate it, put on there for the school. If that's what you feel like you can't trust somebody, make it out for the school. The school can use all the help they can get. We got a school building. We're putting the school building together. We got to get playground equipment. We got to get books. We got to get computers for the children. We got to get television screens for the children. We got to fix the building up. We got to get the grounds all around the school. It's a lot of money needed for the school. But in my personal life, we good. That ain't the issue. But the key to getting money is sharing a portion of what you got with somebody that's more needing than you. It causes the Most High to see that. And then another thing you should do is also take 10% of your money and give back to a good deed to the Most High. Take 10% of whatever you get and give it back to the Most High so it can grow. All right. So that's just what I'm trying to explain to the family. You know, if you think this is just Prince talking, then close Prince page, right? And go look up wealthy people and giving. And watch, the wealthiest people always share a portion of what they have. That's how they stay wealthy. That's how it don't make sense when you think about it. If I'm spending my money, I could have been saving that money and adding it to the money I got. But for some reason, that science don't work that way. I can't explain it. I'm just telling you. When you give of your own and you share with somebody else, a little while later, you got 2 and 3 times the amount that you shared. I don't know why. It's just true. I don't know why, but it's just a fact. So let's let the Most High teach. All right. So as far as financial literacy, if we need to take it any further, may the Most High be praised. Thank you. If we need to take it any further, reach out to us and we'll take it further. All right. Are there any other questions pertaining to what we're speaking about right now, financial literacy? Are there any questions or comments or whatever we can discuss right now? We will. Are there any questions or comments? Anyone speaking on the behalf of financial literacy? Yeah. All right. I don't see any questions or comments. So we're going to move on to the next phase of our class for the day. May the Most High be praised. Ima, are you present?
And I'm present.
You ready?
Yes.
We're going to do the commandments now. May the Most High be praised. Torah Rabbah.
Anybody else?
Let's do the commandments.
All right, we will start with our first commandment from Malka Higdalia. 1 second, please. Her law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Wayikra, chapter 18, verse 5. And the law reads, let me put it up. I'm sorry, guys. And the law reads, ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them. I am the Most High. I am the Most High. And her explanation is, my understanding of this is that adherence to the law would be present in everything we do in our lives, whether at home or at work or at school or encountering others at the supermarket. Our actions constantly in line with what is right in the sight of the Most High. People think some of their odious behavior is out of bounds of what we were commanded, but it's in there, even if it's not explicit. For my law, even if it's not explicit. All right, and then her second law can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 13, verses 1 through 4. And it reads, if there arise among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, and giveth thee a sign or a wonder, and the sign or the wonder come to pass, whereof he spoke unto thee, saying, let us go after other deities, or go after deities which thou hast not known, and let us serve them. Thou shalt not hearken unto the words of that prophet or that dreamer of dreams. For the Most High your power proveth you to know whether ye love the Most High your power with all your heart and with all your soul. Ye shall walk after the Most High your power and fear him and keep his commandments and obey his voice, and ye shall serve him and cleave unto him. And the explanation reads, she says, my understanding of this law is that there will be people that are charismatic or seemingly miraculous, yet if they charge us with doing anything that violates a command of the Most High, it is a test that seems to be failed often. There's no tweaking of the law, you failed. There's no doing away with the law, you failed. There's no just this one time, you failed. Hallelujah.
May the Most High be praised. But can you go back to her original law?
To the first law in Leviticus?
First page, the first one. Deuteronomy.
Okay.
13.
So her first law was in Leviticus, or you want
What was the first law?
Leviticus 18 and 5?
What did it say?
Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them. I am the Most High.
No, I want Deuteronomy 13. She just had that up.
Yeah, that's this. Okay. Deuteronomy 13 and 1 through 4.
Now, can you read that again for us?
Yes, absolutely. Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 13, verses 1 through 4. If there arise among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, and giveth you.
Stop for a second. It says, if there arise among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams. That lets us know from the door that people have this ability. There are people that walk the earth right now. They are prophets. They are dreamer of dreams. This is a fact. So they can tell you something that's true. It will happen. They will predict things. These things will come true. It happens so rare in this society that we live in. People tend to think that it doesn't exist anymore, but it does. I taught you before. You can go through the front door and gain access to the Most High, or you can go through the back door and gain access to the Creator. The back door is the portion that this class is about, divination, which we, the world, not us, but the world calls divination. They'll shake some bones. They'll do a whole lot of things and draw circles and candles and chant these sayings and do all types of mystical things to gain access to the Most High, because all knowledge comes from the Creator. It's how you gain that knowledge that makes the difference. So the Most High is letting us know that there will be people, and there are people that he gives access to, but that person will take that access and misuse it. So they will go through the back door. They will be dreamers of dreams, and they will be prophets. What's the next verse of that? The next portion of that? They lead you where?
Okay. It says, and give thee a sign or a wonder.
They will give you a sign or a wonder meaning, wow, man, how that happened? How that happened? Go ahead.
Verse 2, and if the sign or wonder spoken of takes place, and the prophet says, let us follow other deities, or deities you have
So
not.
they give you the sign or the wonder, and then the thing happens. And the first thing that you come normally in your mind and says, wow, this person is of the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
The Most High had to give them that. And you're right. But they went through the back door to get it. And we're going to talk about that extensively in the lesson today, later on today. And maybe some of those who are in denial about this access to the back door will understand what it is that we're talking about. So this shows you that people will have this ability given to them by the Creator, but yet they will be coming through the back door to get that access. And what they do with that is they're going to try to get you to turn away from the Almighty. Y'all listening? Read on. What does it say next? They will tell you what? Let us what?
Let us follow other deities.
Let us follow deities.
Deities you have not known, and let
Deities
us worship
that
them.
you have not known, and let us worship them. They're going to tell you, Yohei Wahe is not worthy, man. Yohei Wahe is nothing. Look, he's a devil. This is what you're supposed to be doing right here. They're going to be directing you in a different path. I heard some sad news the other day. I talked to one of my dear sisters, Ima. Ima was telling me about, I don't want to disclose her name right now because then the person also might be listening and then they'll know. But Ima told me about an Israelite sister who she feels is no longer on the righteous path. And she says that this sister told her about a deity, said, we've been doing this all wrong. We believe that Yohei Wahe was the creator, and we've been wrong all this time. Sophia is the power we're supposed to be worshiping. The creator is not a male deity. The creator is a female deity, and her name is Sophia, and this is who we're supposed to be worshiping. They will come and test you. And Ima was wise enough. She knew this law. Ima said, I was supposed to kill her. She said, if I was out of my mind, I would have killed her at that time. And you can't argue with her. Yeah. You can't argue with her because that's what the law says. But we know that we're not in the business of doing those things in this day and time because it would jeopardize a whole lot of other things that we got going on. So she didn't. But what does it say right after that? Let us follow other powers. Powers you have not known, you nor your fathers have known, and let us worship them. Let us worship them. What does it say right after that?
Then it says, you must not listen to the words of that prophet or dreamer.
Stop right there. You must not listen to the words of that prophet or that dreamer. That prophet or that dreamer was a messenger from the Creator. Their message came from the Most High. It didn't come from their own imagination. They had access to the Father through that back door, and He allowed them to have access to Him. But He did that for a reason. Now watch what's next.
He says, the Most High your power is testing you to find
The
out.
Most High, your power is testing you. How is he testing you? Because he allowed that prophet or that dreamer of dreams to have that understanding of what they prophesied. He allowed it to take place to get you to say, wow, you're right. You got some ability. And then when they lead you away from the Most High, he wanted to see if you would leave.
Mm.
Anything worth having, anything or anybody worth having must be tested to prove their value in your life. Anything and everything. And the Most High is saying that the children of Israel are no different. He's going to test you to see if you want to serve him or you want your own pleasures of this world. And he's going to give you over. If you put anything before your desire to the Most High, he's going to give you over to it. He ain't going to fight with you. He ain't going to haggle with you. If the Most High say keep the Shabbat day and you say, well, yeah, but I got a job and I can't keep the Shabbat day because I got to go to work, Most High going to give you over to that job. He going to give you over to it. He ain't going to fight with you. And you're going to be consumed with that job. You're going to get beat up on that job. You're going to get abused on that job. You're going to get worked on that job. All types of things are going to happen because you gave that job preeminence over your duty to the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
You watch. Watch how the Most High works. He's something. All of these things was done because the Most High put his sanction on it and said, let it be done.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a very good commandment. And I'm saying that because you got a lot of, matter of fact, last week's class was about the Shabbat day. And how you got so many people teaching you that you're in captivity. You don't have to keep the Shabbat.
Mm.
You can't keep the Shabbat in captivity. But the Most High says that was a commandment between you and him.
Forever.
It was a covenant between you and him. It is something that you must do. Keep the Shabbat day holy.
Mm-hmm.
That means set apart. 6 days thou shalt do all thy labor and all thy work, but the seventh day is sacred to the Most High. Kadosh. Sacred to the Most High. In it thou shalt do no manner of work. Thou son, thy daughter, thy maid servant, thy manservant, the stranger that's within thy gates, none of them should do any work on the Shabbat day. Let's rest that. Let's move on to the next commandment. That was just a powerful rendition of the laws that the Most High gave for us that so many of us sleep on. We don't understand. Read on, please.
Okay. All right. Our next commandment can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 6, verse 13. And it reads, and this law was presented by Aim Sukari. And it reads, thou shalt fear the Creator thy power, and serve him, and shalt swear by his name. And her explanation is knowing to fear the greatness and to swear by his name. Great way to share reading.
Now, you know, a lot of people teach that you shouldn't swear by the name of the Creator. Not true. That's a Christian concept. That's something they teach you in the church. The Most High tells you to swear by his name to prove to people who are non-believers that what you're doing is factual and actual and truthful. Because once you swear in the name of the Most High and you lying, then that means that he has the right to correct you now for Ryan because you brought it into his presence. Read on, please. Any others?
Yes. All right. Our next law can presented to us by Zaquina Kimya, and it can be found in the book of Numbers, Bamidbar, chapter 9, verses 10 through 14. And it reads, speak unto the children of Yisrael, saying, if any man of you or of your posterity shall be unclean by reason of a dead body, or be in a journey after afar off, yet he shall keep the Passover unto the Most High. The 14th day of the second month at even they shall keep it. and eat it with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. They shall leave none of it unto the morning, nor break any bone of it. According to all the ordinances of the Passover, they shall keep it. But the man that is clean and is not in a journey or forbeareth to keep the Passover, even the same soul shall be cut off from among his people, because he brought not the offering of the Most High in his appointed season. That man shall bear his sin. 14. And if a stranger shall sojourn among you and will keep the Passover unto the Most High, according to the ordinance of the Passover, and according to the manner thereof, so shall he do. Ye shall have one ordinance, both for the stranger and for the homeborn in the land. And her explanation is, the passage tells me that this appointed time is super important due to an opportunity given to keep it, if missed because of uncleanliness or journey. Count me in.
Count me in. Now that commandment right there is one that a lot of Israel don't pay attention to. It says if you unclean by reason of a dead body, we touched on that last week in class. How a dead body, touching a dead body or walking on a grave or going into a house where a person died makes you spiritually unclean. I think that was 2 weeks ago.
Mhm.
It makes you spiritually and ritually unclean. But the Creator is putting emphasis on the unclean part and then coming before Him, keeping the Passover. No unclean person shall eat of the Passover offering.
Okay.
Whether she's on her nida, her menstrual cycle, or have a venereal disease, because a lot of people are walking around here with a venereal disease and still partaking of the Passover. They shouldn't be. If you're unclean by any reason, you should not be partaking of the Passover meal.
Okay.
A lot of teachers don't teach that. Therefore, a lot of the people who are unclean are doing something to disrespect the Creator.
Yep.
Go to the next one, please.
That's all the laws that I'm presented with. I know Autumn said she was going to read her own.
Okay. Very well. Ishi, are you present? Now here's what.
Hey. Oh, did you want to do that one first?
Yeah, we can let you be last. You can start it out.
Okay.
Ima?
I'm here. All right. Sister Hadassah's law can be found in the book of Numbers, the Midbar, chapter 22, verse 12. And it reads, and the Most High said unto Balaam, thou shalt not go with them. Thou shalt not curse the people, for they are blessed. She hasn't placed her explanation yet.
Okay. Well, okay, there. Oh, Aim Kater.
So do
She'll post it and then we'll go to it when she posts it.
all right. Aim Ketur's law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 22, verse 32. And it reads, neither shall ye profane my holy name, but I will be hallowed among the children of Yisrael. I am the Most High, which hallow you. And her explanation is, we should revere the Most High's name in our thoughts, words, and deeds. How we relate to our brethren and carry ourselves daily should reflect the one we worship.
Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. Tell her about Aim. Very good one. Very good one. Sister Hadassah, will you be posting your explanation of your commandment? All right, Ishi, you ready?
Okay. My commandment, it's a commandment from Exodus, but I want to pair it with something I found in Isaiah. It's just about the Sabbath. Mine is beginning from Exodus or Shemot, chapter 20, verse 8 through 11. Shh. Remember the Sabbath day by keeping it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is a Sabbath to the Creator, your power. On it you shall do no work, neither you nor your son, your daughter, nor your male or female servant, nor your animals, nor any foreigner residing in your towns. Shh. For in 6 days the Creator made the heavens and the earth, the sea, and all that is in them, but he rested on the seventh day. Therefore the Creator blessed the Shabbat and made it holy. I want to pair that with the verse in Isaiah. Even though this is not one of the first 5 books, it does speak of the Sabbath, and this is kind of what I wanted to harp on. Isaiah 58, verses 13 and 14. If you keep your feet from breaking the Sabbath and from doing as you please on my holy day, if you call the Sabbath a delight and the Creator's holy day honorable, and if you honor it by not going your own way and not doing as you please or speaking idle words, then you will find your joy in the Creator, and I will cause you to ride in triumph on the heights of the land and to feast on the inheritance of your father Yaakov, for the mouth of the Creator has spoken. So I wanted to harp on what the Sabbath was and also what the Creator means when he says, keep your feet from breaking the Shabbat, from doing as you please on my holy day. And the reason I wanted to talk about what that means, from doing as you please on my holy day, and he also says by not going your own way too, is because I was speaking to my pre-K students on Friday that the Shabbat was coming. And, we teach at GHATK that the Shabbat is on Saturdays. But there was a student that was there that said that they celebrated their Shabbat, I think, like during the week, like last Tuesday, that Tuesday, Wednesday, something like that. And I said, oh, okay, well, what's some things that you did on your Shabbat, right? And she told me, like, she said praying, and then a few others said that they were eating, and I think some of them said playing, right? This is our pre-K students. So I just thought it was really interesting how the students themselves, even at that young age, are learning and understanding what the Shabbat is. I know it does say, the Creator says not to do, let me go back, sorry, as you please on my holy day. So I didn't go into the lesson of like what that means to my pre-K students, because I do think that depends on what that household decides, whatever that means to them. I do think that we can all agree that there are like cut and clear laws, like you can't cook, you can't light fire, you can't go to work. But even as you mentioned, Abba, earlier, even those laws tend to be broken, right? Depending on if you put those things before the Creator, right? And you spoke earlier about somebody maybe possibly breaking the Creator because breaking the Shabbat, because of a job, right? So even though that law, that detail was cut and clear, not working, that still is end up broken too. So I think it's an interesting discussion to see, like, okay, for the Shabbat, we have clear and cut descriptions on what not to do, but he also says not to do, your own pleasures. And what does that mean to you? I think that's a good discussion and just something to think about. What does that mean to you as a person and as a household, right? Because I know some households we do no toys, or maybe some toys, or like instrument toys, or it just depends on that household. So I just wanted to put that out there because I was talking about the Shabbat with my pre-K students, and I thought that was an interesting thought, what they do on the Shabbat as children and what we're teaching our children, what your own pleasures actually means, right? So that's my commandment. And I also want to point out that I do appreciate how at GHATK we, even though we do teach that the Shabbat is on Saturday, we are not harping on the differences of other people that may do it on different days. Of course, the desire and the goal is for us to all do it and come together on the same do it on the same day, or at least the majority of us. But right now, that's just not the reality of where we are. I'm grateful that we're able to even come together to speak about the holy day, the Shabbat, in the first place, and recognize that it even exists. So, Total Rabah for that.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. And that's excellent. The way that we allow others to worship as they see fit. We don't try to force anybody to do anything that we understand to be right if we think that they're wrong. But if we can have those conversations with the parents, maybe we can get them to understand a little bit different. Excuse me. But there are a lot of people who keep the Shabbat day differently. They keep it differently. Some have what they call, as Sister Higdalia said, a lunar Shabbat, where they follow the moon and say that the moon appears it determines the first day of the year or the month, the week, and they follow it based on those things. But at our school, we don't dispute that. We don't get into that. But if they ever decide that they want to have a conversation on the sidebar, we will definitely entertain those conversations. But it's good that we don't discriminate as to people's beliefs. It's important. It's wisdom. Same thing as far as if your child is practice Christianity, but attends our school. We don't get into you wrong, you shouldn't do this. We keep away from all that. We keep it far from that. But we keep our teachings in the first 5 books. And sometimes the books of the prophets, but most of the time in the first 5 books. So, we try not to put those separations when we're educating the children, unless the parents request that of us. Other than that, we mind our business and we let you run your household the way you see fit. So may the Most High be praised. What was the name of our school? Anybody know the name of our school?
Goshen Hebrew Academy at Temple Kefari.
Goshen Hebrew Academy at Temple Kefari. Okay. All right. Hey, Ima, can you get the page and then post it so people can see the school?
Okay.
All right. Brother Benjamin says, I notice most people add many other restrictions onto the Shabbat law that are not written in the Torah or spoken by the Most High. And Brother Daniel says, not only that, but turn the law into an idol because they don't learn the principles in which the law is really trying to teach. It's a good example. Good examples. May the Most High be praised. Good examples. All right. So here's the thing. When the law says doing your own pleasure, things that you find pleasurable are not written in the law because everybody's pleasure is different. So if you find that sexual intercourse is something that you like to do on a Shabbat, you're definitely wrong because that would make you unclean. And becoming unclean on the Shabbat day is a violation. Therefore, no one should be having sexual intercourse on the Shabbat day. Now, see, it didn't say that specifically in the law. It said your own pleasures. So therefore, I'm trying to explain to us what that's all about. Brother Warren, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you. It's good to see you, bro. There, it had to be interjected that sexual intercourse on the Shabbat is unpermitted. And it's not a violation of the law. But you would ask the question as to why it's unpermitted. It will be unpermitted because it's your own pleasure. Not only is it your own pleasure, but it could cause you to become unclean. Therefore, it's something that you should avoid on the Shabbat day. What, Prince, you're telling me I can't have that with my wife on the Shabbat because it's the Shabbat? Yes, that's what I'm saying to you. You should avoid it at all costs on the Shabbat day. All right? So sometimes you have to interject things that others may not see or may not understand. Like Brother Daniel said. Like Brother Daniel said, what he say? What he say? Where you at? Where you at? Come on, bro. Where you at? Because they don't learn the principles in which the law is really trying to teach. And they don't. A lot of people don't understand the principles. You don't want to come before the Most High in a state of uncleanness on the Shabbat day. You don't want to. You want to be as clean and as pure, as righteous as possible, so that you will be acceptable before the Most High. Didn't the Most High tell the men to avoid their wives during the 3 times of a year they were together because they were also holy time celebrations? He told them to prevent themselves from being near their wives when they was coming up into the mountain in the book of Exodus, the 19th chapter. He told them to separate from their wives for that purpose. But physically, they would have separated from their wives based on the commandment that you gave, Deuteronomy 16:16. They would have separated from their wives during that time because the feast was only commanded for the men to be there. The wives didn't have to be there those 3 times a year. So that would have been another piece where the Most High would have been causing people to be separated. But we're talking about the weekly Shabbat day. You see, the weekly Shabbat is every week. And on the weekly Shabbat, you are to learn those spiritual principles that the Creator laid out and not cause tamah or tameh, uncleanness, to come upon you. All right? All right. See, and the thing is, and I like what Mr. Otter said here. He said that be major problem with most. I like what he said there because a lot of people, that's their pleasure. And a lot of people are addicted to their pleasures, whether they know it or not. They have no self-control and no self-discipline, and they do whatever, whenever that spirit hits them, they want to do what they want to do when they want to do it. Well, now you have laws prohibiting you from doing whatever you want to do whenever you want to do it. And we have to adhere to those laws. All right? All right, question, Aim Katir. What does 2 Chronicles 7:14 really mean in reference to the Most High's name? How are we called by his name if we don't know his name? That's a good question. One of the Most High's names is Yisrael. Yisrael is one of the names of the Most High. But Yisrael also has another name called Yeshurun. Yeshurun is a poetic name of the Most High or of the children of Israel. We are called by the name of the Creator, Yisrael. Now, let me explain this to you, to the family. When a man takes a wife, he gives his wife his last name or surname. Correct? Okay. In the scriptures, in the book of Isaiah, I believe it's chapter 42 or 44, the Most High says that we surnamed ourselves by the name of Yisrael or Yaakov, Yisrael, basically. When you surname yourself, it shows ownership or possession. So Yisrael should be all of our last names because we are married to our Father, to the Creator, to the Master of all creation. It's just one terminology of our relationship with him. We are his children. We are married to him. We are his wife. So that's just what the Creator explains throughout the scriptures, who we are. But Second Chronicles 7 and 14 is a powerful chapter. It's a very, very powerful chapter. And it shows us that we don't need no idols, no images, or any of that stuff to be right before the Most High. You asked the question? All right. Where can I find in writing that the Most High is called Yisrael? Yeah, you misunderstood. I hope I explained it properly. You will never find where the Most High himself is called Yisrael. That's not what I'm saying. But we are called by his name. We are surnamed by the name Yisrael because Yisrael is actually an attribute that belongs to the Most High. All right, Toda Rabbah. Are there any other questions or comments, family? And Katia, thank you for that question. It's a very good question. And if you all get a chance to read 2 Chronicles 7 and 14, please do so. All right. Sis says a question. Sister Higdalia asks a question. She says, I don't understand how the law can be an idol. Well, one way in which how you can make the law an idol, I would say it in this manner, over righteous. A lot of people become over righteous because of their understanding or their interpretation of the law. They can be so over righteous that they don't fellowship with brothers or sisters because they give so much energy to being right or over righteous. Even the Most High lets us know that an over righteous individual is in error. We shouldn't be over righteous about anything, especially pertaining to the Most High and his people. So that's just my example. I didn't say that. Somebody else said it, but that would be my example. All right. Ben Meadbar, Numbers 22 and 12.
Did you want me to?
Yeah, you can do it again.
Explanation. Okay. Her sister Hadassah's law can be found in the book of Numbers by Bidbar, chapter 22, verse 12. And it reads, And the Most High said unto Balaam, Thou shalt not go with them, thou shalt not curse the people, for they are blessed. And her explanation reads, The Most High has placed us all in different places and settings, that people who hate us and what we stand for righteousness under him would try to curse. But the Most High, Yah said, we are blessed. Baruch, no one can.
No one can curse us, I assume. I don't think she finished.
Yeah, she said she texted.
No one can what?
Okay. I'll scroll up, but that's what I saw.
Oh, so that was a second part of something?
That was her explanation. I think she was, no one can.
All right, very well. May the Most High be praised.
No one can stop what he calls Baruch.
There you go. What he called blessed. All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
Amen.
All right. Any more questions or comments, family? Any more laws that we need to present? Because I believe it's that time of the day when we get ready to get started. Any more questions, family? No? No questions?
No.
No comments? Nobody got comments? What kind of stuff y'all into? Nobody got nothing to say. All right. We're going to get started. I have some things that I want to bring out. Let me adjust my screen for a minute. Before we go into our lesson of the day, I have another portion of a lesson that I want to have a discussion on. Okay? So let me give you a precursor before we get started. I agree with that, Aim. Let me give you all the precursor before we get started while I get the screen set up. I want you all to know that as we left Christianity, a lot of the philosophies and teachings and morals of Christianity came with us. And I'm not even talking about worshiping the Christian power, their deity. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about things like, and as I say these things, I'm sure you can relate to them. Cleanliness is next to godliness. You've heard that all your life, right? Those types of things tend to stick with you, but you will never find it anywhere in the scriptures that cleanliness is next to godliness. You learned that in Christianity, and not to say it is a bad thing, but when you came out of Christianity, you didn't leave that type of thought behind. You brought it with you. As I said earlier, what Christianity teaches you about the devil, things about the devil that Christianity teach you, like he was this evil, wicked dude that's just chasing you around trying to kill you. And that ain't what the devil does. That ain't who he is. That's not what he was made to do. And these things just aren't true. The devil was made to deceive you, to be an adversary for man. He's done exactly what he was made to do, to test you, to tempt you. And even in the New Testament, he tempts JC. Even in the New Testament, JC even was tempted and tested. So he's doing what he was made to do. Who gave him that job? The Creator gave him that job. Therefore, if the Creator gave him that job and he's doing what the Most High said for him to do, why is he evil? Why is he wicked? He's more righteous than you. Way more righteous than you, because he don't falter from his job. You do. So let's talk. A lot of the things that you're about to hear today, family, and we're about to get into, is going to challenge your desire to walk right before the Creator. Now, if you're one who are not able to separate yourself from that which has been said versus that which is a fact, then we're going to have a problem. But I'm not going to have a problem. You're going to have a problem, not me. So let's take a walk. And I want you to know also that some of these books that we got out here, they interject things that they want to be there. And my brother, Danielle, we had a conversation earlier today. We're going to talk about that. They interject things in the writings because they want you to see things through their lens. They don't want you to actually see what's written in the scriptures. Okay? So we're going to try to just reveal just a few things. I think this is important, so I'm going to share it. Sister Higdalia said, when I came into the law, I felt that that phrase came from the fact that we need to be clean to come near the Most High and just use it in a different context. May the Most High be praised. Very well. And we do. That's why before we make prayer, we ask the Most High for permission to approach his throne, to approach him. Thank you. Very good, sis. So here we go. Some of the things that they teach us, that they put in writing in these scriptures, it don't be what the law says. It don't be what the Hebrew says. And we need to deal with these things and get a greater understanding of what is truth, what's actually present there, and what's not. And in a lot of places, it does not say what they want us to believe it says. All right, so we're going to go to the book of Genesis. The first place we're going to go is the book of Genesis. To the 3rd chapter. That's the screen that you have before you. Now, you're going to see some things and hear some things. All I ask is that you, whatever you're feeling and thinking, don't allow your emotions to control you, because everything we show is going to be present on the screen where you actually get to see what's really there. Okay? You don't have to interject anything. That's what they did. They had the power to interject and then rewrite these scriptures in what they call a translation so that you see what they want you to see. So let's take a journey and see what's really being said. Sometimes what's really being said will not be understood in the way that we see things to be. Meaning that when you translate languages, sometimes it's hard to translate the understanding what's being relayed when you translate languages. Some things is very difficult to say in another language. You know, like you say, like, what's up, man? Well, that's our language. What's up, man? But if you talking to a Chinese man, how would he say that in his language? I'm sure he had to say, what's up, man? Like the English language, because it would be very difficult for him to say that in his language with the same meaning and impact from our language. But let's travel. We're going to start in Genesis, the 3rd chapter, verse 8. Now, for those of you who are familiar with this, this is actually when Adam and Hawa was in the garden, and Hawa ate of the fruit of the garden, and she gave some to her husband. After they ate, this is where we pick up. Their eyes were opened, it says. And they heard the voice of the Most High, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, Ha-Elohim, walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh Elohim amongst the trees of the garden. Now, who couldn't understand that? That was so simple. That translation was so simple, and it was so clear for us all to understand. But is that translation correct? Is that translation what it says up here in the Hebrew? Does the Hebrew say that? Wayishmu, this word right here. Wayishmu. This is a wav consecutive. It takes anything in its current term and put it in the previous term. Okay? Wav consecutive. And he, the little letter right there, is the yod. That's the yod. That means he. And he, Yishmu, shomer means to hear. Shemu means they hear. It's plural. It put it in the plural. All right, you follow me? It put the word in the plural. So let's say, and they heard at call Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh Elohim. Now, down here it says, and they heard the voice of Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh Elohim. Up here it says, and they heard the call. Call is voice. So they translate this part very completely accurate. And they heard the voice of the Most High. Now we get it, and I want to go down here so y'all see what they say down here. And they heard, Wayishmu, they heard et, call, they got it translated as the voice. Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, the Most High. And then they have Metik Halak. But they translate Metik Halak as walking. And it actually says from walking. Holek is to go. Holek is to go or to walk. From you walking, began is the word for garden. Be means in. Gan is the word that means garden. Okay? Le Ruach Hayom. Now, this is the part that I have a problem with. Le Ruach. Anybody know what Ruach means? The word le means two or four. Then you got the word Ruach. What does Ruach mean in Hebrew? Spirit. That's right. Ruach is the spirit. So if it's to the spirit or for the spirit, then what is it that they're trying to say? to the spirit, Hayom, the day. See, remember what I said? Sometimes it's hard to translate verbatim one language to another language. It actually says the spirit was walking in the garden on the day, or in the day, to the day, in the day. But this spirit was walking. Nowhere down here do we see anything about a spirit. So this causes us, with the absence of the word spirit here, it actually causes the man's mind to think that the Most High is walking in the garden, because that's how they put it. That's how they put it. So that's how we take it. And that's how we understand it to mean. But what I pose to you is that this word call, you see this word call right here? This voice is in fact a servant of the Most High. And that's actually what's walking in the garden on this particular day that Adam and Hawa heard walking. This was not the Almighty. The Most High is not a man. He's not a man, but he has servants, and his servants have attributes and things that's contributed to them to denote who they are and who they belong to. Now that's a servant, the call, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh Elohim. That means the voice of the Most High. When it says the voice of the Most High, don't think that the Most High is talking. He ain't saying nothing. That servant that represents the Most High has the title Cole. That Cole is the same Cole that was at the mountain in Exodus, the 19th chapter. We heard the call of the trumpet, the call of the, it was a representative of that trumpet in its sound that we heard. That call is a servant of the Most High, who was in that garden, Begon, Leruach Hayom. It was a garden to the spirit of the garden. That's what it's actually saying. But they will change that and make you think that the creator was a man, and then turn around and tell you that was JC or some entity for you to begin to try to look at and begin to worship because he had legs and feet and he walked. This is not how the Most High moves. But they'll translate it in that way to try to make you think that that's what's being said. Okay? Wayit tabe. Okay? Wayit tabe. And then when you look up the word ruach in the Hebrew, it'll tell you that ruach was the word spirit. It'll tell you it was a spirit. Now, with the same principle that I just gave you, wa means past tense, ye is future tense, but you put the consecutive wa before the present tense. You put the consecutive wa before the present tense to bring forth the understanding. Wayit chabe. Now, that word chaba is to hide. Chaba means to hide. Okay? So now, and he hid himself. Now, why didn't it say, and we tabu, meaning they hid themselves? It doesn't say that. Why he tabe is one. He hid himself. Ha-Adam. And the man hid himself. Now, they will make you think that they're hiding themselves as they translate it down below. But you can't say that until after you read the part that says she hid. You just can't assume that she hid because you read one part. You have to really read that part that says that they hid themselves, in which they did. But if they didn't mention her, then you wouldn't know. But it only referenced this in the feminine, in the masculine form, and he hid himself. And quite naturally, she followed him. Ha-Adam, the man, and his Isha. Now look at that word right there, Ishto. Ishto. Ishto means wife. But it doesn't just mean wife, it means his wife. So in essence, they both hid themselves, but this word is only referencing Adam. Hadam. ha'adam. He hid himself. Okay, there we go. So now let's deal with this. And the woman, ma pena. Now the letter, this letter right here, this is called a meme in Hebrew. That's a meme, and it means to or from or for, from basically. From Pinay, and Pinay means the face of the Most High, Ha Elohim. They hid from the face of the Most High. And let's see if they say all this. They hid from the presence, well, they say the presence, I ain't gonna argue with that, of the Most High, Bitok, amongst Eitz, Hagan, the trees, the garden. They hid them from him amongst the trees in the garden. Can't argue with that. You won't get no arguments out of me with that. But you see how they change the meaning. Now they say, and they heard the voice of the Most High walking in the garden in the cool of the day. What is it that they're trying to get across to us? They're trying to put the Most High in a term that you can relate based on the Christian teachings. That the Most High has 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, a torso, and that he's a man and he can walk around, because they want to make you think that this man is JC and that's him here walking around in his garden and that he's going to talk to. And no, that's not what it is. It says the voice of the Most High, a servant of the Most High, which is a spirit, was in that garden. And that's what they don't want you to know. So we have another place where we have a matter of controversy that had arisen. Let's see if we can find that next place where we had a matter of controversy where they got to do their thing and change up things so that we really wouldn't understand what's being said. I believe we're looking for Genesis, the 14. Let me make sure that's where we're going. Genesis 14, I believe it is. All right. All right, let's go there. Genesis 14. Let's go. All right, Genesis 14. All right, Genesis 14. Now, this part here is talking about the war that took place when they took Lot and Abraham went back and got Lot and brought Lot back. Now, I want to read it in English first so that you can follow the scenario of what's being said. It says, and Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was priest of the Most High Elohim. And he blessed him and said, blessed be Abram of the Most High Elohim, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be the Most High Elohim, which have delivered thine enemies into thy hand. And he gave him tithes of all. Now, I don't know if that voice is the one who cursed Adam and Hawa. I would have to go back to the scriptures and see what the scripture says. Let me do this. Repost your question if you need to. I'm going to try to highlight it so I don't forget it. I'm going to try to go back to it. All right. Okay. And I'm going to try to go back to it. Okay, Sister Higdalia, I see your question too, and I'm going to address them both. And I see another one. So I was really into my zone, y'all, and I missed a lot of these comments. All right, I'm going to address all those questions in a minute. I want to finish this thought while we have it up, and then some new questions and comments will come up as well, and we'll address those as well. But a lot of people is missing this information, Did y'all share this page with a lot of people? We got 1,900 people in the room right now. Did y'all share this page with the people? Did y'all go to your social media and share on your social media page? I don't know, y'all. I think y'all missing out. Y'all got a lot of people missing this knowledge. And I don't even know if y'all we only got 17 likes. 17 likes. Oh, wow. 17 likes out of all these people. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread. Now, who brought forth bread? Melchizedek brought forth bread. How do you know? Because that's what it says. And he was the priest of the Most High, Ha Elohim. Melchizedek brought forth bread, and he was the priest of the Most High, Elohim. Who was the priest of the Most High? Melchizedek was. And he brought forth bread. Okay. And he was a priest of the Most High. Let me see what we got here. Let me see how they got this worded. I want to just check on the wording that they have here for the Most High. Okay. Well, they have for the Most High, El Elyon, and that's right. I would agree with that. Most High. El Elyon. That's what it means. When you hear me say El Elyon, that means the Most High Almighty. Now, who are they talking about? They're talking about Melchizedek. And he blessed him. Who blessed who? Melchizedek was the subject. Melchizedek blessed him, talking about Abram, and said, blessed be Abram. So we see that Melchizedek is blessing Abraham or Abram of the Most High, Ha Elohim. All right, let's see if it says that in Hebrew. And blessed be Abram, and said, blessed be Abram of the Most High, Ha Elohim. Yes, El Elyon. He's saying the same thing. Possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be the Most High. Now, who's still talking? Who's still talking, y'all? Is that Melchizedek still talking? Absolutely. And blessed be the Most High, Ha Elohim, or Ha Elyon, which have delivered thy enemies into thy hands. And he, who's the he? The he has always been Melchizedek. And he gave him tithes of all. Now, that's the part that causes the problem. Wait a minute, look like they got it right. Yeah, this book here, right here, got it right. And he gave him tithes of all. Now, in a lot of the books, it says, and Abram gave tithes to him, as if Abraham gave tithes to Melchizedek. And that's not true. According to scriptures, that's not what it says. Nowhere in here will you see Abraham's name. Now, this word right here, yatain, see the yod, the consecutive, see this consecutive wav there? That's the consecutive wav. All right, wav consecutive. That first thing that looks like that, it's a wav. The yod is he. So that means, and he. The word tain or notain means, notain is to give. Yet yotain means he gave. And he gave, and it says to him, ma asher, a tenth, ma kol of all. It never says Abraham's name. So why in a lot of your Bibles, if you're reading your Bible, does your Bible say Abraham gave to Melchizedek a tenth? Because a lot of people teach this. And a lot of these Bibles are writing this in there as if it's true. And Abraham didn't give Melchizedek a tenth of nothing. Why are they trying to make it as if Abraham gave Melchizedek a tenth of something? Again, a lot of the authors who translate these books for us are Christians. And a lot of the Christians want to put it into your mind that Melchizedek is JC. and that even Abraham pay homage to JC by paying homage to Melchizedek, which is really JC. In the New Testament, they tell you that he's Melchizedek or like Melchizedek, somewhere in that area. More so, he was Melchizedek. And that Abram gave him a tenth of all that he had. But it's not true. It's simply not true. How many of you see it where in your books, in your English versions, it says Abraham gave to Melchizedek, or Abraham gave a tenth of what he had? How many of you in your books does it say that? Just give me a little right. Let me know. Come on now. I know y'all here. Let it be known. If what I'm saying, or I'm just making this up. They translate these scriptures based on their theocratic or their philosophy. Whatever their religious beliefs are, that's how they translate a lot of these books. And you won't know unless you do some serious studying and go to the Hebrew. And that's what happened. Melchizedek gave Abraham a tenth. Now, how do you know that Abraham didn't give Melchizedek a tenth? And watch what I'm going to read it for you. Verse 21. And the king of Salem said to Abram, give me the persons and take the goods for yourself. Well, if he just gave a tenth, that means he gave away some stuff, right? And Abram said to the king of Sodom, I have lifted up my hands unto the Most High Elohim, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from a thread, even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is thine, lest thou shouldest say, I have made Abram rich. Abraham did not touch that stuff. Yeah, a lot of versions actually say it, that Abraham gave Melchizedek a tenth. That's what it actually says. It actually says that in a lot of books. And if you look, it will say that. So, if your book don't say it, then it means your book is trying to keep to the truth. But that's good, and they'll let you interpret it for yourself. So that's all I had on those two subjects. I wanted to show you how they manipulate the scriptures, how they make the scriptures say what they want the scriptures to say to get their point across so that we will understand what they really want us to understand. Okay? Let me see where we at. Genesis 14. How they want us to understand their concept. So therefore, they take the scriptures and interject things in the scriptures that are truly not in the scriptures. They do that with a lot of things, and therefore causing us to err by way of not knowing. This is how a lot of us fall into Christianity or other religions. And if you notice, this is how a lot of people who teach the scriptures are able to manipulate the minds of the masses and make them believe what they believe, what they want them to believe. Now, Danielle, I asked you not to leave. I asked everybody not to leave. Just because they hear something that they disagree with, don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. Stay. Because you ain't going to be able to learn. If it goes against what you believe and what you think, that's all right. Because you're going to hear a whole lot today that's going to go against a lot of the things that you believe. All I ask you to do is show me where I'm wrong. And what just happened is I went to the original language that's present there, and it shows you that it does not say that Abraham gave Melchizedek anything in the Hebrew. But a lot of people teach this. A lot of people teach this. So it's no reason for you to get upset, bro. We're going to do this, man. We're going to do this. We got a lot more to do. So let's get into our lesson for the day. All right. Lesson of the day. Let's see where we at. All right. We're in Genesis. What we on? 21? I mean, the book of Ezekiel, chapter 21. I got so many things highlighted today. We're on Exodus 21.
Exodus or Ezekiel?
Ezekiel, please forgive me. Ezekiel, chapter 21. Just give me a second, please. Ezekiel chapter 21. But I want to start at, you know how we do, Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 45. That's where I want to start at first. Are y'all with me? Oh, no, you know what? Before I begin, I said I would answer some of those questions. So let me go up and address some of those questions. I'm going to do the first one, and then I'm going to go down the line and do the other ones. Also, they tamper with the title of the Most High by using Elohim. Okay, can't disagree with that. May the Most High be praised. That we know for a fact. Sis Hadassah says, so based on that explanation, the Most High does not actually talk to us. Only his Malachim spirits are doing the talking. That's absolutely correct. The Most High don't talk to us. It's just like a man holding a CB or a walkie-talkie. The man's voice is actually coming through the walkie-talkie, but you hear everything that the man says. Now that walkie-talkie is that angel who's relaying the message of the Almighty through the walkie-talkie. And that's how it goes. That's how the Most High deals with us. He himself, we don't see, we don't hear, we don't know nothing about in reality. But his messengers reveal all the messages to us. His messengers are the ones that deal with us. I don't even think, and I'm being real honest about this, I don't even think they see the Most High. Probably those who are high up in rank might, but the average of the Elohim, of the heavenly host, don't come in my opinion, don't come in contact with the Creator. All right. Let's see what this one says. Why would they be hiding from a spirit and not from the presence of the Most High? Because that spirit is representing the Most High. And I'm not saying that they wasn't hiding from the presence or his face. They were hiding from his servant. So either way, his servant reports back to him whatever it is. Remember when Abraham was on the mountain in Genesis, the 18th chapter, and those three representatives came to him, and one of those representatives they say was Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh. They say it was the Most High, and that representative said to Abram, "Let me see if the things that was reported to me are true." So I came down to check it out. Remember that story? Now, that's letting us know that this servant represents him and that other angels or servants or messengers are reporting the messages back to the Creator. So therefore, the Most High came. He himself didn't come, but his high-ranking official came down and talked to Abram on the mountain and relayed the messages back and forth. So you have to keep that in mind. We deal with messengers or servants of the Creator. We don't deal with the Most High himself. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. But today, a lot of that is going to be clearer once this lesson is done. I have always understood that as them simply hearing his voice get closer, you can hear sounds move. I agree with that. I do. I agree with that. May the Most High be praised. So is that the same voice that cursed Adam, Hawa, and the serpent? Let's check that out. Let's check that out. Because I would like to know the answer to that myself. All right, let's see. But even if that voice did do it, it's still the Most High doing it, because that voice is representing the Almighty, and that may be who he's working through to get that done. So I think that's in 4:1. Well, they got the curse in 4, right? 4 was with Seth, right? Yeah, so no, it's 3. Now the serpent was more subtle. Let me read. And Adam became, because he voiced the wife, he ate. All right. Unto Adam and also his wife, the Most High did make coats of skin. And the Most High said, behold, the man has become one of us to know good and evil. And now lest he put forth his hand and take of the tree of life and eat and live forever. Therefore, Yohewahe, Ha Elohim, sent him forth from the garden to till whence he had taken him. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the garden cherubim and a flaming sword, which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life. Absolutely. Okay, I think I'm missing something. Yeah, I think I'm missing something. Let me go back. What am I missing, though? Let me see. Okay, so it says it's in the 3rd chapter. Let me go to the 3rd chapter and see if what I'm looking for is true. It says it's in the 3rd chapter what I'm looking for. All right, yes, it is. It's in the 3rd chapter. All right, let's go to 3 and 10. All right, Genesis 3 and 10. And he said, I heard thy voice in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, and I hid myself. And he said, who told thee that thou wert naked? Hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I commanded thee that thou should not eat? And the man said, the woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. And the Most High, Ha Elohim, said unto the woman, what is this that thou have done? They are still dealing with that voice or that messenger or that ruach, that spirit of the Most High. They're not talking directly to the Most High himself, except through by way of that messenger. And that's what we have to understand. But look how Adam kicked the blame on the woman. And the Most High said unto the woman, what is this that thou hast done? And the woman said, the servant beguiled me, and I did eat. And the Most High said unto the serpent, because thou have done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shall thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. Okay, yes, so that's the same servant, the same messenger talking to the woman in Adam. It's the same messenger. All right? All right, so I pray that I've answered the questions. Yeah, he tried to get out of it. He tried to get out of it. And he blamed the Most High by saying, the woman you gave me, like it's your fault, Most High. And y'all know how we do. We do stuff like that. So let's get going. Any other questions, family, before we get started? Are there any other questions before we get started back where we're at? Ezekiel chapter 45, 25. Are there any other questions? Any other questions? I can't get you out of there right now, Ima. I'm going to move you this way. All right, there you go. All right. So are there any other questions, anyone? How does our inaudible prayers, All right, let me answer these. These are some good questions. Right. It wouldn't be the messengers. It would be the messengers relaying the message of the Most High to the people, Sister Higdalia. All right. How does our inaudible prayers get answered? Oh, gosh, let me explain that one. All right. What happens is people don't understand the power of thought. Thought is actually a realm of existence, which is called vibration. If you can think it, your mind vibrates and sends vibrations off into the universe, and the Most High knows your thoughts because He relates to those things. I often say that's how the Most High knows all these different languages, because He actually knows the thought that's behind the words that come out of your mouth. That's what I often say. So when you think in an audible prayer, which I am against, I believe that you should actually vibrate it louder and stronger by speaking it out of your mouth. But when you think these thoughts of vibration, the Most High is in tune with that. The messengers carry those vibrations up to the Almighty, and He hears it, and they weigh it. So that's how your inaudible prayers are getting answered. All right? Melchizedek paid homage to Abraham, but his offerings were rejected by Abram. He allows him to pay the Amorites who allied with him to redeem his nephew Lot. Okay, may the Most High be praised. Or because He created all the languages. Yeah, I'm not saying that He don't understand languages. It's just that I think that the Most High is more powerful than that. He exists beyond the actual physical realm, and in the spirit realm, He understands our thoughts. You know, that's why the Most High, in my understanding, says in the book of Jeremiah, the 29th chapter, 29 and 13, I believe it is. Let me get it. Let me pull it up. Jeremiah 29 and 13. He says, that's the wrong place, Prince. He says, 29:11. He says, I know the thoughts that I think towards you, saith the Most High, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end. He say He know His thoughts and what He wants to do for us. But I guess I quoted that wrong, because He knows our thoughts. And I think I want to take you to 28. If I go to 28, Jeremiah 28 and 13, let me see what we got. Let me make sure I'm in the right place. Before I tell you, let me make sure I'm in the right place. One second. Jeremiah 28 and 13. I thought it was 29 and 13. I must have read something wrong. Wait a minute. I'm in a whole wrong book. Please forgive me, family. Isaiah 29 and 13. Please forgive me. Isaiah 29 and 13. And this is what it says. Wherefore the Most High said, for as much as this people draw near me with their mouths, we talk that talk, and we do all those things, talking it. We draw near Him with our mouths. We get good lip service. With their lips, they do honor me. And a lot of us do that on the Shabbat day. But have removed their hearts far from me, or have removed their minds far from me. See, your mind and your heart is synonymous. The same word for heart is the same word for mind. It's the word lab. And lab shows us that if the Most High can say that our hearts or our minds are far from him, that means that he understands what's in our minds. We have moved our minds far from me. They have moved their minds far from me. And the fear toward me is taught by the perceptions of men. So therefore, the Most High is letting us know that he understands our thoughts. Our thoughts have a frequency of their own. That's how your husband can be in one place of the house, you in another place of the house. He can think something and you pick up on that and then just move out and do, or vice versa, when you're connected on that spiritual level. All right. So let's get started with the lesson. Are there any other questions before we get started? Are there any other questions? Anything about anything. You can have any questions about anything that you want to ask. Are there any other questions? Anything that you want to ask in your spirit? You can ask it before we get started with this lesson. Anything? Nothing? All right. If there's no more questions, we're going to get started. But if you come up with a question, you can always ask it and we'll address it. May the Most High be praised. Now, before we get started, I experienced thought synchronization this week. When I was speaking about my EMA's skill set, that night, somebody who I usually don't connect with sent me a picture of my mom and with that same skill set. Wow. Wow. May the Most High be praised. So, Ema, you understand what I'm talking about. All right. So let me put forth the disclaimer again. First, may the Most High guide my mind, my spirit, my body, my language, and my speech as I approach unto you, his people. May the Most High be praised from everlasting to everlasting, for he is great. There is none like him, not in the heavens above, nor the earth beneath, neither in the waters underneath of the earth. Truly, the Most High reigns supreme. He and he alone rules in the land of the living. Is it bad to thank the Most High for the rain, especially when these crazies are spraying the skies and modifying the weather? No, it's not bad. It's actually a good thing. You have to ask the Most High for the rain. In the ancient days, we survived because of the rain. It would water the gardens, but that's when we grew our own food. A lot of us today, we go to the supermarket and get everything we get. So they don't really care if it rains or not, but you should always pray for rain because we need rain. Rain is good for us.
No, I think she was saying, is it bad that we pray to the Creator and thanking him for the rain when the system itself is modifying the weather? Like,
we still have to pray for the rain.
no,
Thank him for the rain. Yes, thank him for it. Still thank him for it. Even though they modified and changed it, the Most High has a way of purifying what he chooses to purify. So let's get what we can get, because without the rain, we can't survive. We can't be sustained in this life. All right? Let's move forward. Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 45 is where we shall start. And the word of the Most High came to me. And I must say, Shabbat Shalom to my sister. Who is a very valuable sister and needed here. And I didn't get to thank her or acknowledge her this morning, so I must do it now so she don't think that I'm turning my back on her. Sister Ornette, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you. you and your family, Ima Yahudith, and your sister Shemaya. May the Most High be with you all. Sister Anit does a lot of help for us in the background. She does a lot of help and support all that we do, the movements that we make, and a lot of the things that take place at our school is because of Sister Anit. She's a very valuable sister, and we greatly appreciate her. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. And another brother, Brother Daquan, I'm going to give my shout outs to you too. May the Most High be with you and bring you plenty of blessings. And thank you for all that you do and help and participate in all the great works that you do in the background, behind the scenes, where nobody gets to see you. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. And the word of the Most High came to me, Son of man, set your face toward the southland. Preach against the south and prophesy against the forest land in the desert or in the Negeb. Say to the forest of the Negeb, well, what forest would be in the desert? Hear the word of the Most High. Thus says Yahweh Adonai Elohim. Behold, I will kindle a fire in you, and it shall devour every green tree in you and every dry tree. The blazing flame shall not be quenched, and all faces from the south to the north shall be scorched by it. Now we started off, and the Most High says, prophesy against the forest land in the dry valley. What forest is in the Negeb? So that you all know. Symbolically, trees are symbolically representations of men through the scriptures. Well, a lot of people have not this knowledge, but I'm sharing it with you. So these men are living in a dry land, a dry valley, meaning their state and condition that they are in. Say to the forest of the Negeb, say to the men of the desert or the dry valley or the place where there's no fruitful things growing. Hear the words of Yahweh. Thus saith Adonai Elohim. Behold, I will kindle a fire in you, and it shall devour every green tree. What is a green tree? Brother Benjamin, you can speak as much as you want. You help a lot of people in your understanding, whether you agree or disagree with the teachings. You can speak as much as you want, bro. Please don't restrain yourself here. Please don't. And it shall devour every green tree in you, and every dry tree, the blazing flames shall not be quenched. What is a green tree? A green tree is a man that's living righteously. That's a green tree. And every dry tree is a man that's wicked. So in essence, what the Creator is saying is he's going to destroy at this particular time the righteous along with the wicked. And I know that don't sound like it makes sense too much, but it makes perfect sense. He's not going to actually take them out. He's going to actually uproot them and move them into a new location, a new place. We think we understand the movements in the mind of the Creator, but we don't. For if he took all the unrighteous alone and moved them to another country, they will get consumed with the ways of that country. But if he takes the righteous along with the unrighteous and take them somewhere, then the unrighteous has somebody to look at to model their ways after. We always think we know what the Most High is doing and why he's doing what he's doing, but we don't. Why should the righteous have to suffer with the wicked? It's so that the wicked will have an opportunity to see righteousness and never forget it and imitate his ways and return back and change their ways from unwickedness. Because remember where he's taking them. He's taking them into a wicked place. All right, we're ready to start a whole new conversation. And I'm going to feed into it too. We're going to hold up on the scripture reading. We're going to deal with what I'm seeing. All right. Always thank the Creator in all, because good or bad, don't nothing happen in this world without the Creator okaying it. And that's absolutely right. May the Most High be praised. Brother Benjamin says, I believe we have the ability to communicate across distances with our mind. The cell phone is a dynamic cheat code or our true ability. And that's just his belief. And that's a good belief. And I happen to support and back that belief. I actually support and back that belief. Unwickedness. What do you mean, sis? I don't understand the question. Unwickedness. What do you mean? I'm saying that the righteous and the wicked alike are the green trees and the dry trees that the Most High is going to take down, uproot, and take out of the land and take them somewhere else. Unwickedness? I don't know, sis. It might be. All right. And if it ain't, Prince created it. All right, let's go. The blazing flame shall not be quenched, and all faces from south to north shall be scorched by it. All flesh shall see that I, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, have kindled it. Now, we got somewhere right now where the Most High is talking about bringing destruction to a people, both righteous and wicked. And he put it on record that he is the author of all of that. Christians won't let you believe that. For the Creator is not a power of war or a power of hate. He's a power of love and all greatness and spirituality and good. There's nothing wicked or evil or negative or existing in the Creator. The Most High is both good and evil, which means that he execute. When I say evil, I don't mean evil as in wickedness. I mean evil as in things that will be unfavored by most. The Most High is in all those things. Matter of fact, as the brother put up earlier, none of those things can take place except the Most High does it. But the Greek writers will have you believe that only Satan does wickedness. Satan does evil. If there's a death, Satan calls that death. Satan can't do anything unless the Most High allows him to do it. And this is what we have to understand. Satan cannot do anything of his own. The Most High has to allow, give his permission, and he has to sanction whatever takes place. But the Most High is letting us know right now that that flaming sword shall not be quenched, and all places from south to north shall be scorched by it. All flesh shall see that Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh has done it. It shall not be quenched. Then said I, Adonai Elohim, Adonai Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, they are saying of me, is he not a maker of parables? The word of the Most High came to me, son of man. Set your face toward Yerushalayim and preach against the sanctuaries. Who's in the Mikdash? Who's in the Mikdash or the sanctuaries? He's talking about those who are supposed to be holy people, supposed to be the righteous ones. Set your face against the holy people or the righteous ones of my people. Prophesy against the land of Yisrael and say to the land of Yisrael. So he just said it earlier. Now he's only repeating what he said earlier in the previous chapter. Thus says Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, behold, I am against you and will draw my sword from its sheath and will cut off from you both righteous and wicked. What did Prince say that was talking about earlier? The righteous and the wicked will both go into captivity. And there's a reason for all of that. A lot of people, a lot of scholars to say, well, that's a mistake. Some people, as I said earlier, who translate the Bible in the way that they want to translate it in the Septuagint, the Greek writings, they got it, the unrighteous and the wicked. That's not what the Ivrit says. The Ivrit says the righteous along with the wicked. Sadiq, the righteous along with the wicked, not unrighteous. But because they want to give you an image of what they want you to believe, They will say the unrighteous and the wicked. How many of your books say unrighteous and the wicked? We've been on this journey all day revealing what scripture says versus what's written. The Most High is saying both of y'all going into captivity, because I will cut off from you both righteous and wicked. Therefore my sword shall be drawn from its sheaths against all flesh from south to north, and all flesh shall know that I am Yahweh, and have drawn my sword from its sheath. It shall be sheathed again. It shall not be sheathed again. And as for you, son of man, just so that you'll know for the record, when the Most High took us out of the land of Israel the second time to give us to the king Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar was a pagan at the time. Nebuchadnezzar practiced divination. Nebuchadnezzar practiced black magic and sorcery and all those things that give you entry through the back door of the Most High. Nebuchadnezzar was not a righteous man, like he's going to be a righteous man later. But I want you to know that Nebuchadnezzar was being used by the Creator in his unrighteous condition to deal with you, because you chose to be unrighteous by not serving him. He gave you over into the hands of a wicked man. When he, remember, when he sent us into captivity, he also gave us over into the hands of a wicked man. But that wicked man outdid what the Most High had for him to do. He went way beyond what the Most High had for him to do, and he couldn't see. I'm going to take these questions before I move on. Let me take these questions. I am compelled to ask, when will Butaland Detox and Wellness Health Villages be ready to have guests? Save this question for when the close to the end of the lesson, please. May the Most High be praised. I've learned in Tehillim 149, the Most High don't play, and his people who have to stand up for righteousness shouldn't compromise, and he executed his vengeance. Verse 5 and 9, very well. I think it's 12 acres. You think what's 12 acres? All right, we talk about that. Absolutely, sis. You're absolutely right. Most High don't play. But here we go. As for you, son of man, groan with breaking hearts and bitter grief. Groan before their eyes. And when they say to you, why do you groan? You shall say, because of the news that is coming. Every heart will melt, and all hands will be feeble. Every spirit will faint, and all knees will be weak as water. Behold, it is coming, and it will be fulfilled, declares Adonai Yahweh. And the word of the Most High came to me. Son of man, prophesy and said, thus says Yahweh. Say, a sword is sharpened and also polished, sharpened for slaughter, polished to flash like lightning, or shall we rejoice? You have despised the rod, my son, with everything of wood. So the sword is giving to be polished, that is maybe grasped in thy hand. It is sharpened and polished to be given into the hand of the slayer. Who is going to be the slayer? Torah Kodesh, Shabbat Shalom. Cry out and wail, son of man, for it is against my people. It is against all the princes of Yisrael. They are delivered over to the sword with my people. Strike therefore upon your thigh, for it will not be a testing. What could it do if you despise the rod, declares Adonai Yahweh. The Most High is letting us know that there's going to come troubled times in our lifetime. There's going to come perilous times, hard times, struggling times. It's all going to come during our lifetime. And prepare yourself, because it says no matter what, it's not going to pass you by. So we have to get our mind, body, souls, and spirits in proper alignment with the Most High's will, because his wrath is coming upon this earth. My child told me today, my daughter called me up this morning and told me that she saw in the news where, what's that guy's name? Your president, what's his name? Trump. She said that Trump bombed Iran. I believe she said it was Iran. She said Trump bombed Iran and killed somebody, some of the people there. And if this is true, then I would have to say that we are at war. If what she said was true, did anybody else hear this news? Because she just called me this morning and told me that it happened. I don't watch the news, so I wouldn't know. So you guys let me know what you heard about all this. And the reason why I bring that out is because the Most High is bringing war to us in this place of our residence where we live. The Most High is bringing war. He's going to cause it to happen. Are you ready for it? Do you have your spiritual armor on? Are you fully encapsulating your body with Torah and the teachings of the Most High so that you can be the best version of yourself to serve him? Are you doing this? Are you putting yourself in position wherever you live through the earth so that you can survive a little bit longer than the average people, if it is to come to that? Because when they turn off the lights, they turn off the water, they turn off the gas, and this is in the wintertime, you could freeze up here. Are you prepared for that? What I would suggest you do is get yourself some land or join a community where brothers and sisters already got some land and get out of these cities. I can't tell you no more than I've already told you. Get away from these cities and get down in some country where you could defend yourself if need be, that you need to defend yourself. If there's multitudes of you, you have a better opportunity of defending yourself. But if it's just you and your household, chances of you defending yourself successfully is hard, because they may come in large numbers, 10, 20, 30 people at one time, to bum rush your house, to take your life and get all your belongings. And then what are you going to do? Just know for a fact, family, the Most High is allowing that war to come. And when it comes, no man knows, but we know it's coming. As for you, son of man, prophesy, clap your hands and let the sword come down twice. Yes, 3 times. The sword for those to be slain. It is the sword for the great slaughter which surrounds them, that their hearts may melt, and many stumble. At all their gates I have given the glittering sword. Ah, it is made like lightning. It is taken up for the slaughter. Why does he keep saying it's made like lightning? So that you will be attracted to it. So that you'll be attracted to it and get consumed by it. You know, black people like everything that glitters. It shines, it glitters, we love it. The Nebuchadnezzar family of 5, may the Most High be praised, has a question. Didn't Nebuchadnezzar have a big idol that Hebrews was forced to worship to accept Mishael, Azariah, Hananiah, so that they were tossed into a furnace? Yeah, that's correct. But that was before he began to have a relationship with the Almighty. Right now, he's a pagan. And being a pagan, he's practicing paganism to the highest degree. And we're about to get into that. What is the name of the class? Is Divination Killing Us. It is a sword for the great slaughter which surrounds them, that their hearts may melt and may stumble at all their gates. I have given the glittering sword. Ah, it is made like lightning. It is taken up for the slaughter. Cut sharply to the right. Set yourself to the left. Wherever your face is directed, it also will clap my hands I also will clap my hands, and I will satisfy my fury. I, the Most High, have spoken. We've angered him, and he's going to deal with us. All right. Thank you, Aim. Toda Rabbah. I don't know what that's all about, but that's what she told me this morning. The word of the Most High came to me again. As for you, son of man, mark 2 ways for the sword of the king of Babylon to come. Both of them shall come from the same land, and make a signpost. Make it at the head of the way to a city. Mark a way for the sword to come to Rabbah of the Amorites, and to Yehuda, into Jerusalem, the fortified. Who is Rabbah of the Ammonites? Anybody know who the Ammonite people are? Anybody off the top of your head, you know who Ammon is? Ammon. Who is Ammon? Who are those people? Ammon. I'll give you a hint. Rabbah was a place that the Ammonites owned, that the children of Israel took over and took possession of. But these people are all our family. Anybody know who Ammon is? Thereby known as the Ammonites. Anybody know who they are? They are the children of Lot. Remember Lot's 2 daughters? They took them up in the mountains, and they were supposed to have been virgins, and they had intercourse with him. They beguiled him, got him drunk, and then, no, it's Lot. And they had intercourse with him. And he produced 2 sons. Anybody know the name of the 2 sons that Lot produced? The 2 nations. Ammon is one. Who was the other? What was the name of the other son that Lot produced with his 2 daughters? Y'all put that in the room. I put it in the room. Y'all give me the answer. Somebody give me that answer. I'll give you a hint. You should find it in the 19th, 20th chapter of Genesis. Both of them shall come from the same land, and make a signpost. Make it at the head of the way to a city. Mark a way for the sword to come to Rabbah of the Ammonites, and to Yehuda, into Jerusalem, the fortified. For the king of Babylon stands at the parting of the way, at the head of the 2 ways, to use divination. Wait a minute. The Moabites. Absolutely. Ammon and Moab are both of the children of Lot. Lot, with his 2 daughters, his 2 virgin daughters. They thought it was the end of the world. And what they did was they got their father drunk and had intercourse with him and produced 2 children. Who are the Moabites? Moabites have become to be the arch enemies of Israel, but they're still our family. Moab and the Ammonites are both children of Lot with his 2 virgin daughters. Okay. It says, the king of Babylon stands at the parting of the way, at the head of the 2 ways, to use divination. So this just went back and prophesied thousands of years ago that they will be using divination to conquer the children of Israel. And that's exactly what they're doing today. You know, we wonder why we're against each other so harsh. Why are we killing each other so much? I just read in the news the other day where a young man lost his job and was trying to provide for his family. And it was very difficult for him to do. So he thought it best to kill his 5 children, his wife, and then kill himself. We're sick today. We're sick, but we're sick because we're under a curse. They have been using divination against us for a very long time. And it causes us to get outside of who we naturally are and how we would naturally move. How do you get possessed by a spirit to allow divination to be effective? Go against the laws of the Most High. If you know that the laws of the Most High is righteous and right, and this is what you should be doing, when you go against that law, you'll actually open up a portal within your essence to allow a negative energy to come in, to consume you. You give him more right to come in, to be a part of you, and to cause your mind to go in a different direction. There are negative energies all around us, constantly, waiting for us to open the doorway so that they can come in. You ever heard the movie where the vampires, they knock on your door, they can't come into your door unless you invite them in? You got to invite them in. Well, that's the same thing how it really works in real life with negative energy. How do we invite their divination into our lives? We invite the divination into our lives by living a lifestyle that they choose for us to live. Partying, smoking, drinking, sexing, and all those things are uncontrolled. They control us. Thereby, what we're doing is we're opening the door for a spirit, a negative energy that they set in motion under the authority of the Most High, because nothing can happen unless the Most High sanctioned it. They are here to test you, Israel. But as long as they can keep you down, you will never rise up as a servant of the Most High. If you keep opening the door for these negative energies to come in, you can never stand right before the Creator, because you will always be doing wrong. There are entities out here in this universe that are waiting to pull you back, to hold you down. And they have been given a job by the Creator to do so, because the Most High has to test you to see if you are worthy of the blessings that he wants to give to you. He tests Job, he shall test you too. But your test will be a whole lot heavier because you can't see the Most High hand against your life. All you see the results of things falling apart right before your face. A lot of people can have a spirit on them, a negative energy on them, and it be so powerfully upon them that it become a part of them, and they incorporate it and say, that's just who I am. That's just who I am. I'm just a hateful person. And we accept that. That means you allow that spirit to dominate you. You're not a hateful person. You're not a selfish person. You're not a wicked person. You're not a whoremonger. You're not a crackhead. You're not a weed head where you can't stop smoking. You're not an alcoholic. What happens is you relax yourself, your essence, and you allow the spirit of alcoholism to come upon you. And it consumes you and it runs in that direction. We are under a curse right now, a curse of divination, with a negative divination, where they have chosen to supplant certain energies in the universe, and whatever you open up to, it takes hold of you. Let me tell you something. A lot of young men today and a lot of young women, they drive around their cars and they're driving around for hours. You are possessed. That's absolutely what it is. That's absolutely what it is. But so many people don't understand it. I'm trying to drop some serious knowledge on people, but they're going to refuse to hear it because the Christian church didn't teach them this. You got a lot of young people today through rap music that opens the portals for negative energies to come in. You ride around listening to that stuff all day while you doing what you go to work, you listen to that rap music, the negative rap music. There's some positive vibrations out there, but there are so many more negative vibrations. What do those negative vibrations do? They open up a portal inside your essence to allow a spirit to enter into you. And once you let that spirit enter into you and you don't never resist it, it's going to consume you, and you're going to be actually thinking you a killer, you a murderer, you're a raper, or you're depressed, or you hatred, you got selfishness, you a racist, or whatever you might think, because of the music that they designed. They did control what type of entity enters into you. Why don't they put any positive music out there that will put righteous entities within you, that will cause you to do right, No, the energies that they put out there are the energies that will cause you to kill each other, hate each other, sleep with these women, impregnate them, and leave them. Divination is a real thing. These people who practice these magics, I'm talking about the negative side of divination. These people who practice these things go to the back door of the Creator and gain access to the Most High to sanction whatever it is that they're doing. They couldn't do it unless the Most High allowed it to be. Christianity didn't teach you all this stuff. Prince is teaching you, so therefore you're running from it. You're trying to find every reason and every excuse not to accept what it is that Prince is teaching you. But it's a fact. The Most High says, I create evil and I create good. I, the Most High, do all these things. Isaiah 45 and 7, I believe it is. I, the Most High, do all these things. The Most High says, is there a death in the city that I have not caused? No one can die except the Most High allows it to be. I don't care how bad they shoot you, kill you, stab you, or whatever they do. If the Most High doesn't allow it, it's not going to happen. Your understanding of the Creator is not the true understanding of the Most High. You think because Christianity gave you a deity and made you think that he walks around on floating in clouds and he's happy and he loves everybody and he's all joyful. You believe that. Even though you left Christianity, your mind is still trapped with Christian dialogue, Christian concept, Christian thought. And your ways are Christian ways. And when you read the Torah, every time you read the Torah, your mind processes it with that Christian dogma that's inside your subconscious mind. Well, Prince is here today to release you from that dogma. Prince is here today to give you liberation so you can free your mind and learn the truth of the Most High that lays right before you in that same book that you've been reading forever that you couldn't see. You thought there was a man that was your savior, and all along it was the Most High. But because Christianity gave it to you with that twist, you actually believed it. And some of you still accept that today. And y'all got to understand it. How do they enter into you? Because you let them in. The environment is saturated with negative, positive interactions, but it comes down to what we choose. Absolutely. What did the Most High says to, I'm going to read it directly out the book. The Most High says in the book of Genesis, chapter 4, I believe it was. Chapter 4. The Most High says to him, he says, sin lieth at the door, but you can rule over it. That means those spirits are coming to you, trying to destroy you and keep you under, but they don't have to have dominion over you. The Creator says, if thou doest well, shall not thou be accepted? The problem is so many of us don't choose to do well. And I'm reading to you out of the book of Genesis, the 4th chapter, the 5th, 7th verse. He says, sin lieth at the door, and unto thee is his desire. Well, who created this thing called sin? Who gave sin permission to consume the souls of men or the lives of men if it wasn't the Creator? The Creator did it. But the Creator gives you a hint, and the Most High says you can rule over him. It says, I'm going to read it from the beginning. If thou doest well, shall not thou be accepted? And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door. Until thee shall be his desire. There are entities out here in the universe that are strategically placed in certain places like music, like songs, like movies, is placed in certain places, these entities, through the use of evil divination. And they want to capture you, to keep you not serving the Creator, so that they can stay, the people who set all this up, can stay in control and rule the earth, because they know that the Most High gave the earth to the wicked, to the righteous. The Most High gave the earth to the righteous, but the righteous, us, we forfeited it by giving in to evil. And you're not cool unless you're evil, unless you're wicked, unless you're a killer. People don't respect you unless you're a killer. People don't respect you unless you can hurt them. And that's even going over into our relationships between husband and wife. If he ain't threatful enough, you don't want to be with him. If he ain't scary enough, you don't want to be with him. But why can't it be if he's not pleasant enough? Why can't he be spiritually filled with strength of righteousness, honorable, walks in his integrity? Men like that, women don't want. They run from those type of dudes. He's a cornball. Why has it got to have all that activity in your life every day? Why does all those negative things have to be taking place in order for you to feel comfortable and happy? Why we got to be in our home arguing at each other at the top of our lungs before you will want to stay? But that's a reality that a lot of us have adapted because we see it on those televisions. We see it in that music, in the radios, and we don't understand that every time we participate willingly in those things, we are opening up portals in our essence to allow evil entities to come in. That's right. And we like the way it makes us feel for the most part, because it gives us a sense of strength and courage. But it's a false strength. It's a false courage. Divination has been being used against us for a long time, and we are not aware of it. And then when somebody like myself try to get up and explain it to you and tell you about it and warn you of the dangers that the adversarial energies are placing out here in the world, the satraps that they're putting out for you, you reject it. I could listen to my rap music if I want to. Bro, you should put the rap music down. The cigarettes you smoking, the alcohol you drinking. I watched this one report of this young lady who said she got drunk one day. She said she ain't never getting drunk again because that alcohol that she drinking ain't what alcohol used to be. They're putting stuff in all these things to mess up us psychologically, to mess us up. Now you got alcohol that destroy your brain cells. Alcohol ain't never did that before. It's killing your brain. It's prohibiting you from being able to think straight. And you are so engulfed with trying to get high and trying to have a good time that you overlook the teachings that Prince gave you because you want to bring pleasure to yourself. Negative and positive always exist side by side. However, things are thrown out of balance when our lives are more concentrated with negative energies, tipping the scales toward chaos and devastation. Aim, I couldn't have said that no better. I couldn't have said that no better, Aim. Thank you very much. Rap music today has evil jinns. What you know about a jinns? Oh, this is Mr. Otter. I forgot. I'm trying myself to just listen to music inspiring by the Creator. You can't try. You got to do. You got to do. This rap music is tainted with something of a different world. Something of a different world. And you don't even understand. It's aggravating them entities in them if they are rejecting the knowledge. Absolutely. And you don't even understand what's going on, but you keep giving yourself over and over to this wickedness. You can't try. You just got to do. You just got to do. The brother says, put down that Elohim and Adonai. Also, we must remember spiritual first. All right. May the Most High be praised. I got you. No problem. All right. Prime Minister, Shabbat Shalom, my brother. May the Most High be with you. But we got to understand, family, that a lot of these things they put out here, they put it in this universe so that we will gravitate to it for the purpose of keeping us dumb, dame, blind, and worshiping a false deity. Now, this was a very important. Who is this feather goddess? It's somebody of some knowledge. Chick is sharp. You sharp, sis. I like you. You Shemaya? I don't know who you is. You Shemaya? I think you might be Shemaya. Because Shemaya is sharp like that. I think that's, oh, I thought so. I thought so. Look what she says. And they are controlling the masses through frequency. Frequency is vibration. And that's exactly what they're doing. If they heard a certain frequency, it affects you in a certain way. It opens up portals inside of you for those energies to enter into you and control you. This is a fact. And this is what's happening. But so many of us are asleep because Christianity teaches us something other than what Prince is teaching today. Let's move on. Way back in the day, Nebuchadnezzar used divination. He shakes the arrows. He consults the teraphim. He looks at the liver. Now, when you read this, all this stuff seems to be wicked. But I'm going to pull something out that I don't know if you know anything about, a teraphim. Do we know what a teraphim is? Somebody tell me what a teraphim is without looking into the internet to look it up. Somebody tell me what a teraphim is. Anybody know what a teraphim is? And you could even cheat on the internet because the internet ain't going to give you the right one. What is a teraphim? Can anybody tell me? The internet ain't going to give you the truth. It ain't going to give you what a teraphim is. Another angel. You sharp, sis. You sharp. Boy, I'm going to tell you, you got some gifts. And I'm going to just tell you, divining cards. Okay, Aim Katir. All right, very good. Teraphims are angels. Deliver a hot seat of emotion and cognitive functions after the liver, after the heart. Very good. Very good. Teraphims are angels. Some people take these teraphims and carve them into images of men. Sometimes they're little statues, sometimes they're big statues, and they pray to these teraphims or these images. A lot of our people had teraphims with us. I'm going to pull up something real quick because right off the head, people will say teraphims must be something wicked or something evil. Teraphim. Teraphims, the book of Hosea, all right? Hosea. It speaks about a teraphim. Hosea chapter 3, verse 4. I'm going to pull it up, so I want to read it. And if teraphims was something evil and wicked, the Most High wouldn't have presented to us in this manner. It says, for the children of Yisrael shall abide many days without a king, without a prince, without a sacrifice, and without an altar, and without a priesthood, and without teraphim. You remember that back door that I spoke to you about? Teraphims give you access to that back door. You know, they work. It's real. It works. It's something. It's an angel. All right. And you said something real important, bro. I'm going to try to remember to pull that up. Give me a second. I'm going to mark you so I don't lose you. That's right. Household idols. And some of them believe it's a way of reverencing their ancestors, but those things are not true. Teraphims exist in the celestial order. And those people who go through the back door go by way of teraphims to communicate with the Almighty. That's why teraphims became so popular in the ancient days. A teraphim is an angel. Angels are given orders and instructions by the Creator to do what it is that they do. An angel is the exact same thing as a demon. His assignment is what separates the difference between the two. What is the angel's assignment? The angel's assignment is to protect you and to give you life. Well, if the enemy comes up against you, that angel who is protecting you is going to be a demon to them because it's going to kill them. It's going to fight for you on your behalf because the Creator gave it its assignment. That's why the Most High says, I am good and evil. I create all these things. Me, the Most High, I have done that. And people, because our minds are saturated with Christianity, we can't possibly see how that could be true. Teraphims are access, these are entities that's given access, angels, that's given access, servants of the Most High, that's given access to people through that back door. And the Most High is telling you that you're going to be a long time without them. Just like you're going to be a long time without the princes, without the altar, without the sacrifices, without the king, without a priesthood. Because these are all things that give you access to the Most High. And you don't understand that. The kings, the princes, the altars, the priesthood, they were all in place to give you access to the Creator. And so was a teraphim. But because we have no knowledge and we don't understand, it's hard for us to assume or to accept what it is that's being said. And angels are not malakim, which are demons. Angels are not malakim, which are demons. Okay, bro, maybe you can explain that a little bit for us. If that's what you believe, you can explain that to us. They show the exact agenda in movies and shows, but if we are smart about it, it can be used to win this battle by learning the tactics of the enemy, the art of war. Torah Kodesh, you my girl, man. I'm just telling you, you got a strong mind too. And I have a lot of respect for you as well and the intelligence that the Most High has put in you. They sing about them in Xmas songs. Really? I didn't know that. May the Most High be praised. Hosea, what chapter? Chapter 3. Like, what's our ancestors make? Like, I don't know what that says. Like the ones they sell at the tourist attractions in Afro centuries. Is that what you listen? I'm not telling you that you got to go get some teraphims and gain access to the Most High through that. Now, I'm not saying that would be a good thing for us. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that's what they do. We don't have to do that. We can get access to the front door to the Most High, and we don't have to have no teraphims or speak to no angels to try to get us permission from the Creator. Okay? We don't have to do that. We can go directly to the Most High himself. Now, our messages will be traveling on angels' wings to the Creator, but we not practicing no form of idolatry. We don't do that. The devil's assignment is to test us. That's right. That's why Koresh coming to you. Well, I can't wait. Let him come. We need it. Angels are not malakim. I've asked you to explain that to me. I need you to explain it in details, what it is that you mean. All right? May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right, 22. At Ezekiel 21, verse 22. Into his right hand comes the divination for Jerusalem, to set battering rams, to open the mouth with murder, to lift up the voice with shouting, to set battering rams against the gates, to cast up mounds, to build siege towers, but to them it will seem like a false divination. People will not hear you when you speak to them about what this is all about. And part of that is because Christianity got our minds. We don't actually think that this could be true, that these things could be real. We want to fight against it. That's correct. Malakim are messengers. They are. But my brother disagrees, so I'm waiting for him to present his information to let us know. To cast up mounds, to build siege towers, but to them it will seem like false divination. They have sworn solemn oaths, but he brings their guilt to remembrance that they may be taken. Now, quite naturally, family, we would read right past that and we would have no understanding of what's being said right there. But I got to bring this to your remembrance right now because you're here with me today. Before I go into that comment, I'm going to read this. Shabbat Shalom, Yeshayahu. It says, they have sworn solemn oaths. Who are they? They are the children of Israel, our forefathers. And they are also us today. We swore solemn oaths before the Creator. How many of you swore oath to the Most High that you would serve him? How many of you have done that? How many of you have entered into a covenant with the Most High that you would do that? They have sworn solemn oaths. And when we swore that oath, family, somewhere along the way, we got distracted and we did not live up to the covenant that we made with the Creator. And we forgot our oaths for a lot of us. And we went from righteousness to wickedness. Because in the comfortability of life, in the comfortability of everyday life, you become complacent in your behavior. Like, for example, where you used to make prayer 3 times a day, on time, every day, 5 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the afternoon before you went to bed. Where you used to fast every Wednesday from Tuesday night at 12 o'clock to Wednesday night at 6 o'clock. When you used to do these things to keep you in proper alignment with the Most High, you entered into a covenant with him that you would keep doing these things. And the longer you've been in this way of life, the longer you became complacent with the blessings that the Most High gave you, and you started backing down a little bit from doing those things. It didn't happen all at one time. What happened was, instead of getting up at 5 o'clock, you got up at 5:15. 3 weeks later, instead of getting up at 5 and 5:15, you got up at 5:30, 5:45. And then a whole year later, you started getting up at 6 o'clock and 6:15 and then 6:30 and then 7 o'clock until eventually you stopped making prayer to whenever you got up and remembered. You violated the covenant that you made with the Almighty, but yet you still expect him to protect and bless and guide you. We have to return back to that newness that we had with this king. And we have to enter into new covenants with him and hold fast to those covenants no matter what. So because we left those covenants, the Most High allowed the king to use divination through those TERAPHIM and to destroy us and to bring us down. To remind us, because you know, a black man don't remember what he said to the Most High until he getting hurt and suffering and he's in pain. You follow me? And when he really needs something from the Most High, then he knows how to cry out to the Creator. He will forget the Most High every day, all day, except on the Shabbat because he show up to class. But he'll forget the Most High all week until he needs something from the Most High. The Most High knows this. So therefore, the Most High took and made the king to come to wage war against you, to hurt, to harm, to bring you down, so that you will remember the covenant that you made with him. They have sworn solemn oaths, but he brings them guilt. He brings their guilt to their remembrance, that they may be taken. He lets you know why you're suffering. He lets you know why the enemy is victorious over you. Because you entered into a covenant with him and you did not keep your word. You didn't keep your word. So let's go to some of the comments before we move forward. So family, why I'm asking this, how many of you, do you remember when you first came into this way of life? And all the changes that you made in your life, some of you threw out all your old clothes that wasn't 100% natural fabric, wool, linen, cotton, or silk. You threw all that polyester and rayon out. and you were stern about only wearing raw natural fabrics that the Most High requires in the law. You were stern about that. And then somewhere along the line, you got less and less concerned about doing that. And now you wear whatever you can buy the cheapest, or whatever name brand or designer brand, whoever's out, that's what you wear. And you're satisfied with those things. But that wasn't the covenant that you entered into the Creator with. Some of you entered into a covenant with the Most High that you wouldn't eat certain things. You entered into the covenant with the Creator that you would stop smoking. You will stop drinking. You entered into this covenant with the Most High that you will stop sexing all these women promiscuously. And then as time went on, you forgot the covenants that you entered into the Creator because you allowed those demons to enter into you that took you off the path of righteousness, therefore consuming you, taking over you. And they'll let you go to Shabbat service. But every time you see a shorty, you up in Shabbat service, a new chick come in, you trying to crack on her to see if you can get her. See if I can make her mine. Or I just want to sleep with her. And you already got two Nashim sitting home that you can't afford already, that you can't mentally or spiritually afford. You can't take care of them. Yeah, you got a couple dollars, but your mind is twisted. And you shouldn't have one wife because you're not properly teaching her. But you see shorty, first thing coming to your mind is how you can get her and make her yours. This is a reality, family. Some men, everywhere you go, you're looking at women. All you're doing is looking at women, sizing them up. Look at her butt, look at her breasts, look at her face. That's all you're doing. And you don't realize that you're possessed with a demon. You don't realize it. It's a very lustful demon. And the more you give in to you looking at these women, it's going to go from looking to now making some sounds, to now actually saying something, to next giving out your phone number, to next going out some dates, talking on the phone, all in your time and your mind. You're saying, oh, this ain't nothing wrong with this. I ain't violating the law. It's leading up to a major violation. You know what it leads to. But that spirit got hold of you. That spirit ain't going to let you go. And that's how that spirit tricks you to violate the laws of the Creator. And then the next thing you know, you're in a full-blown relationship with this chick, but she's still your side John. You keeping her undercover. And you don't think anything is wrong with what you're doing. Everything that Prince just said, you found an excuse to get around it while you can still do those things. You're not going to be satisfied till the Most High strikes you with an illness that you can't cure, because you allow your little man to be the brain and run the operation. You allow that demon inside of you to control you. You knew you had no right to do that. You knew that you shouldn't be trying to go out and get another woman in your life. You can't provide for the one or two women that you already got. But that demon, because of this world, because of that music, because of that television, because of those foods, because of that alcohol and that weed, all those things are doorways and pathways to captivate your soul, so that those demons can enter into you and control you and rule you and make you think that it's okay. Brother Eliyahu said, Shabbat Shalom, my brother. You need an intercessor or prophet. That's what the children of Israel asked for. You said you didn't want to hear the Most High's voice. Exodus chapter 20. He's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. We asked for that. Sister Hadassah says, I forgot that verse. It was the Most High advising Israel to make sure they were not part of them, stone, etc. May the Most High be praised. What my brothers say, Malachim are heavenly messengers and angels are demons. Okay. All right, bro. May the Most High be praised. Maybe you can give us an example of that through the scriptures so that we can decipher that, so that we can have that understanding that you would like for us to have. Teraphim, is this what Laban worshiped in his home? Absolutely. And was taken away by his daughters. Absolutely. That's what he did. Now, when Laban worshiped them teraphims in his home, I don't know if he worshiped them, but I know he had them in his home. And more than likely, he probably used them. But the saying is that Leah, I believe it was, that took him. I believe it was Leah, right? It was Leah, right? I believe it was Leah. She took him and she hit him. She sat on him. The saying is supposedly she took him so that he couldn't get access to the creator to find out where they was at or to try to stop them. That's what the saying is. Or it could be possible that she took them because she herself used them. So it's possible it could go both ways. All right. All right. Complacency is a sin itself. Backwardness is a horrible place to be. May we stay faithful and endure to the utmost. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. If we use the back door, we run into misguided, self-serving entities. You're absolutely right. Who have no interest in our growth holistically. You are absolutely right, Aim. Absolutely right. And they're very deceptive. Do you know that a lot of people don't know this, but I'm going to share it with you. A lot of those people who use the back door that we call sorcery, witchcraft, black magic, a lot of those people who use the back door have to have some type of talisman to protect them from the evil energy taking hold of them, conquering them. That's why when you see a lot of people who do these things, they draw a circle on the ground, put a Magen Dawi or a pentagram in the middle of it, and they will sit in the center and put candles all around it. Well, that circle, 360, is an awesome force of energy. Let me show you something now, because I need you to listen. That circle that they have is 360 degrees. A circle is 360 degrees. In the spiritual realm, a complete circle is a powerful force, right? But they take it to the next level. They take the two pyramids, which is 180 and 180, is another 360. They put the two pyramids in the inside, which is 180, 180. That's 360. And 360 is what? 720. 720 is the fullness and completeness of energy. 720 takes you to that place they call a Keter, which is the crown that sits right below the realm of the Most High. That's the type of energy that they're dealing with when they deal with the spiritual matters that most of us don't know nothing about. Well, I could travel that direction. The Most High has blessed me and gave me that gift. I can travel into those houses and not be scathed and not want to commit idolatry before the Most High. I've done it, I do it, and I'm here. We do this. This is what we do. When you know the trueness of the Most High, he takes you on journeys and he introduces you to things and places in your dream, while you're woke, through reality. He takes you places so that you can come back and teach others the things that they need to know to prepare them for their future. So the things that I'm telling you are actual and factual. If you go look it up, maybe the white man will confirm it to you. All right. Maybe the white man, you might listen to him because you might not listen to Prince. You don't want to hear what Prince got to say because he looked like you. They sing of seraphims, which are opposing of teraphims, which are negative. All right. May the Most High be praised. I've learned the art of fornication. I've learned the art of fornication. I don't think that's what you meant to say, my brother. So, I mean, if it is what you meant to say, I need you to explain it to me, Mr. Otter. You learned the art of fornication. Why would you want to learn that? I believe it's kept close to them in the breastplate. Okay, I must have missed something. Indeed, I messed that all up. Okay, so he messed it up. Maybe he's going to restate it. You've forgotten at Benjamin, we are learned and correcting. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. And forgetting at lost and found. Okay. Nope. Rachel. It was Rachel. Okay. Thank you very much, sis. That's my girl, but we can always depend on you. Thank you very much. Rachel sat on them. Thank you. All right. She said they're not ready for this type of knowledge. So it's my job to ease them into it so that they can learn it. Listen, the scripture says in the last days, knowledge will run to and fro in the earth. That's why the internet is so popping right now. You can almost get anything you want off the internet, almost. whatever they don't control and still gatekeep to try to hide from us. I'm not a gatekeeper. I'm going to expose you to it whether you understand it or not, but I'm going to try to give it to you in a way that you can understand. Some of us are, okay. Family of 5, study of the Kabbalistic tree of life. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's a good study, a good practice. That's how Ezekiel was able to be in a vision. That's correct. That's exactly right, because he allowed the Most High to guide him, lead him, and instruct him. Kabbalistic tree of life. Okay, that's very good. That means you got a little bit of knowledge of some things. All right. I don't know how vast your knowledge is, but you've been introduced to something. May the Most High be with you. Therefore, thus says Adonai Yohei, because you have made your guilt to be remembered, in that your transgressions are uncovered, so that in all your deeds your sin appear. Hard times or struggle, if we're honest with ourselves, we will see why they're upon us. And a lot of times those hard times and those struggles are upon us because we violated the covenant that we made with the Creator. My brother, why are you teaching about that? Didn't the Creator tell you not to go and search out how the nations worship their gods? I don't have to go anywhere to search out anything. What I need to know, the Most High brings to me. He puts me in a place where I need to know to learn. And my job is not your job. Your job is a different job. My job is to educate the Most High's people, to lead his people, to guide his people, to govern his people, and to bring his people back to him, that we may serve him in righteousness and truth. And in that process, I can't lie to the Most High's people. I have to reveal truth to the Most High's people. And if your mind is not ready to receive that truth, it's my job to prepare you to receive it. So therefore, Prince teaches in the manner that he does. And I try to make it plain and simple so that the masses of our people can understand and elevate and free their minds from the Christian dogma that Christianity has given them. Making you afraid of that which you shouldn't be afraid of. Making you run from that which you shouldn't run from. Making you scared of what your forefathers did to allow them to get closer to the Most High. And this is what you got to understand. It's all around you. It's best to know the signs. Absolutely. You got to know the signs. You got to know them. All right. Sister Hadassah, 11:32. But the people that do know their Eloah, their Most High, shall be strong and do exploits. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. Everybody already know that everybody ain't ready for these conversations, because a lot of people still got that Christian mindset where Christianity is holding them back from actually getting access to the Most High. Okay? So let's move forward. Therefore, thus says the Most High, he will take you through these hard times to cause you to remember your sin. And that sin that you remember is being brought back to your remembrance so you can correct your ways and avoid the destruction that the Most High has in store for you today. That's what we're supposed to be doing. Absolutely. Definitely prevalent in the Hebrew Israelite community, wife stealing, also in the churches. May the Most High be praised. Absolutely. Absolutely. These are things we have to deal with. Because you have come to remembrance, you shall be taken in hand. Now, when your sins come back into your mind and you remember the covenant that you made with the Creator, that you broke, that you violated, when it comes back into your mind, the best thing you can do is ask the Most High for forgiveness and mercy. And guess what? Change your ways and go back to the ways of that covenant that you promised to the Creator. Change your ways and return back to that covenant that you promised the Most High you would do. And that way you can prevent a lot of the destruction from coming on you in this lifetime where we are today. We have to. So that all your deeds for your sins appear, because you have come to remembrance, you shall be taken in hand. And you, O profane wicked one, prince of Israel, whose days has come, the time of your final punishment. And if you remember correctly, family, the Babylonian captivity was the last captivity that we had. It was the longest captivity, other than the one over here when we came here. It was the last captivity that we had in the ancient land. The Babylonian captivity lasted for 70 years. It was one of the longest captivities that we had. Thus saith Yahweh Adonai Elohim, remove the turban and take off the crown. Now, why is he telling you to remove the turban and take off the crown? Why? Because you haven't earned it. There are so many people out here professing to be something that they're not. You say you're a prophet? Prophesy and give us a prophecy and let us know that you're a prophet. You say you're a king? Who are you ruling? Who are you leading? What? You ain't even got $10. How you a king? A king of what? You say you're a man. How are you a man living the lifestyle that you live? You got 3 children, all by different women, and you don't take care of none of them. You don't do what you're supposed to do, so take off your crown. Take off your turban. You don't represent the Most High like you're supposed to. I remember one sister, she was walking around with a see-through shirt on, where her breasts is exposed, with a see-through shirt on with fringes on. Talking about she represent the Hebrew nation. How? How is that possible? Remove the turban and take off the crowns. Things shall not remain as they are. Exalt that which is low, and bring low that which is exalted. If you rise yourself up thinking you somebody great, take out the greatness out of it and just be a regular man. And if you're a regular man and you're walking around with humility, raise that individual up and make him a prince. This also shall not be until he comes, the one to whom judgment belongs, and I will give it to him, saith the Most High. Sister Tara, Shabbat Shalom, my sister. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you. You ain't got $10. Talking about he a king. He ain't got $10. My mom used to say a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of, and he got 2 wives living in his mom's house. This is ridiculous. This is foolishness. Ezekiel 21 and 28, Kings of Hearts. And you, son of man, prophesy and say, thus saith Adonai Yahweh, concerning the Ammonites and concerning their reproach. Now, who are the Ammonites? He ain't even got a job, huh? Who are the Ammonites, family? Do anybody remember who Ammon is? Who are the Ammonites? Somebody tell me. Who are the Ammonites? Anybody know who the Ammonites are? We just covered it in class. Why is it taking so long for y'all to respond? If you got the answer, just post it. I'm going to move forward. Hopefully somebody tell me who Ammon is, the Ammonites, and who was his father. What, y'all having a different conversation than me? Sons of Lot. Absolutely. The sons of Lot. Lot's children. They was Lot's children. No, they wasn't his grandsons. They was his biological children. They was Lot's children by his daughters who were virgins. They got him drunk. They had intercourse with him. And they produced those children. My connection must be slow. Okay. I don't know. I'm just going to keep teaching. All right. All right. 21 and 28. And you, son of man, prophesy and say, thus says Adonai Yehovah concerning the Ammonites and concerning their reproach. Say, a sword is drawn for the slaughter. It is polished to consume and to flash like lightning, while they see for you false visions, while they divine lies for you, to place you on the neck of the profane wicked, whose days has come, the time of their final punishment. Return it to its sheath in the place where you were created, in the land of your origin. I will judge you. Now, Ammon was actually the children of Lot. And the Most High says that he will judge them in the place where they were created. Look at this, y'all. Who is this? I don't know. Eliyahu, come on, brother. Come on, man. Don't do this, bro, because you know you out of order. How are you calling yourself a prince and you're still talking dollars? You are not talking or making your own money. We had gold and silver, shekels, not dollars. All right, my brother. I'll leave that alone. I ain't going to entertain that. Return it to a sheaf in the place where you were created, in the land of your origin. I will judge you. Ooh. I will judge you, and I will pour out my indignation upon you. I will blow upon you with the fire of my wrath, and I will deliver you into the hands of brutish men. Now, what happened was a lot of Lot's children was with us. A lot of Lot's children was with us, mingled in with us. And what they did was they went to captivity with us. You got to be careful of the company you keep. You shall be fuel for the fire. Your blood shall be in the midst of the land. You shall be no more remembered, for I, the Most High, have spoken it. And the words of the Most High came to me, saying, and you, son of man, will ye judge? Will ye judge the bloody city? Then declare to her all her abominations? So that's more like saying, when you know people are sinning and doing wickedly and doing things to destroy their lives, one of my big things is that I have a problem with is trying to tell people about cell phones. Trying to tell people about cell phones. Cell phones are so dangerous. They're more dangerous than we give cell phones credit for being dangerous. We sleep with our phones right next to us, near our heads in our beds. We talk on our phones right next to our head, all right, just like this. We wake up in the morning, first thing we do is get on our phones. A lot of us don't even make prayer first. We get right on our phones. This is dangerous. I teach my family that at night, stay away from the black mirror, brother. Stay away from the black mirror. That's dangerous. Stay away from that. I teach my family that at night, take your phone, your iPad, your computer out of the room and put it in a different room, like the hallway or something. And she's right. It has become a god. She's right. And a lot of us feel like we can't live without that God. But I'm really talking about the physical damage that it does to your body, to your brain, to your cells. Cell phones are dangerous. The radiation from the cell phones are horrible. Oh, I see what you mean, bro. I see what you mean. Yes, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And yes, they do. They cause cancer. They cause brain damage. They cause dyslexia. They cause a whole lot of things heart failure, kidney failure, because that radiation gets inside your body and it attacks different cells within your body. And if you hold a cell phone to your head long enough, you'll feel it get hot and it start warming up your ear. Testicle cancer in your pocket when you walk around with your phone in your pocket all the time. All these things are true. But a lot of us don't read the warning labels on cell phones, but you should. The warning labels tell you that this may cause cancer. And the warning labels tell you to keep it at least 12 inches from your body. But we don't do that. I teach my family that when we sleep at night, those phones go in the hallway. Close the door and leave those phones in another room. But a lot of them don't do it. They don't listen. They hard-hit it. They don't listen. And then when they pop up with cancer, what am I supposed to do next? Do you know that the radiation increases at night? The level of radiation increases at night through those cell phones? They are 10 times as strong as they are during the daytime. That's why they tell you don't have them in your room. And guess what? You don't even have to be on it. You don't even have to be using it. You know why? Because your phone, a lot of our phones are programmed to intercept signals throughout the course of the day while they're off. I don't mean turned off. I mean like you're not using it. So therefore, your phone is still emitting radiation even if you're not talking on it. If like my phone has my camera set up on my phone. If somebody walk outside my door, my camera will go off and it'll ding. But my phone is off because I'm not using it. But yet it's still on because it's able to receive the radio waves as they come through the air. Yes, this thing is horrible, man. Y'all got to realize the danger that we are in. And now, a son of man, will ye judge? Will ye judge the bloody city? I'm trying to share with you all some dangerous things that you do daily to harm yourself. But will you listen? Will you even do the research to find out if the things that Prince is saying is true? Or will you just say, oh, he don't believe in Jesus. I ain't listening to him. He a fool. Which one? Which one you going to do? Because if you don't listen to me and what it is that I'm telling you today, you don't go research to confirm the things that I'm saying, then you will never know. And a lot of things in your life will continue on. Those demons will keep attacking you. They will keep coming to you from different areas. And eventually you're going to be in your life where you don't know what to do. You're going to be so depressed. You ain't going to know how to turn. You ain't making no money. You can't supply the needs of your family. You ain't got no woman. You all alone. You don't know what to do. You just keep getting blunted and drinking and think that that's going to cover up your problems. And that's the source of your problems, but you don't know. Because when Prince was trying to tell you these things, you didn't want to listen. You didn't want to listen. But go look it up on the internet and see what they tell you. Let the white man tell you. Maybe you'll listen to the white man. And the word of the Most High came to me saying, and you, son of man, will ye judge? Will ye judge the bloody city? Then declare to her abominations? So why did I get into the part of the cell phones when I read that part? Because the Most High says, thou should not commit murder. So that means that we shouldn't do anything that's going to jeopardize our life knowingly. So when you sleep with that cell phone next to your head at night, or even in the same room with you at night, you are actually jeopardizing your life. An accumulation of exposure to radiation will kill you. And people don't want to listen. The woman pop up with cancer, don't understand how she got breast cancer. How I get breast cancer? What I do? You slept in the bed with your phone every night for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. The accumulation of radiation got up in your system, and sometimes you'll roll over and be on it. Lay on the device and don't even know because you're so sound asleep. That radiation is shooting straight into your body, poisoning you, killing you, and you don't even know it. We got to wake up, family. We really got to wake up. A lot of people put their phone in their bra. A lot of men put their phone in their pocket. sis said cancer, where she at? Where she at? She said cancer don't happen overnight. It's a process. And that's what it is. It's a accumulation of things. It's a process. And you can have some grounding sheets. That's good for your body, but it ain't going to fight against that cancer in a way if you keep poisoning it. All right. You shall say, thus says the Most High, Yohe Wahe, a city that sheds blood in her midst, so that her time may come, and that makes idols to defile herself. You make idols to defile yourself. You have become guilty by the blood that you have shed, and defiled by the idols that you have made. And you have brought your days near. The appointed time of your years have come. Therefore, I have made you a reproach to the nations and a mockery to all countries. And we are exactly that today, family. We are a reproach to the nations, and we are a mockery. Everybody makes fun of the black man. Everybody holds us down. Everybody. Why is it that everybody hates us? The reason why everybody hates us and despises us is because the Most High put a curse on us, because we wouldn't serve the Most High. We wouldn't give him the best of us. And then when a brother like myself comes and teaches you how you can return back to the Most High, small things that you can do, he's too much. He's overbearing. I wouldn't want to be with a man like that. That brother, he just too, I don't know how them sisters do it. They probably saying the same thing in the background. Whoo! But thanking the Most High that they're alive. Those who are near and those who are far from you will mock you. Your name is defiled. You are full of tumult. It's confusion and chaos and trouble. Behold, the princes of Israel in you, everyone according to his power, have been bent on shedding blood. Fathers and mothers are treated with contempt in your sojourning. Oh, I didn't read too far. I didn't mean to go into 22. We're going to stop right there. That's where we're going to stop. 21. That's it. We're going to do 22 next week. Okay? 22 is going to be next week. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to go into 22. We're going to do 22 next week. All right? All right. Let's go to any questions, family. We have any questions, any comments? Is there any subjects that we read today that we want to have discussed? Yeah, we were doing pretty good, as we normally do. As the Most High blesses us, we shall live and we shall do. Toda Rabbah. This is a very good one. Let me see if I can capture this. There you go. This is one of the reasons why I wear copper and silver, to help wear off those radiations. Very good, sis. Very good. May the Most High be praised. I'll send links later, princess. All right. So are there any other questions or comments, family, that we need to discuss? Is there any other topics that anybody wants to bring up? Because we can do this right now. We got time. What time is it now? About 4 o'clock? 3:49. We got time. Is there anything anybody wants to talk about? Any questions, any comments, any subject under the sun? If it is, present it. This was my favorite class so far. Wow. We didn't get into half the stuff that we could have got into, especially dealing with that deep, dark stuff. It's deep. Now, have y'all heard about the Protection Bluebeam, Project Bluebeam? Yes, we heard about Project Bluebeam, but if it's something you want to share with us, we're willing to listen. Copper and silver what? Copper and silver jewelry, bracelets, anything copper and silver helps to ward off it absorbs the negativity of the radiation. It absorbs the negativity of the radiation and this ozone. What's this stuff they got out here? This frequency stuff that they got out here in the earth. Copper and silver helps you to fight against those things. Very much needed. Are there any conversations that we should have today? Is there anything you want to talk about? Anybody? Is there anything that anybody wishes to talk about today? Any subject under the sun, anything. If you got anything in your spirit, in your mind, in your heart that you just want to have some understanding on or enlighten the rest of the family to, now is the time to do so. Any subject. I'll place the link in the room so anybody that wants to come on the screen, you can come on the screen and present your information. Anybody? Anyone? Anyone? We talked about a whole lot of stuff today, family. And if you was late, you missed a whole lot. You need to go in and begin to watch the class. Is mushrooms good to eat? Maxine. Maxine Jenkins. All right, mushrooms. Yes, mushrooms are good to eat. Some people say don't eat mushrooms because they are fungus. But mushrooms are good to eat. They give you a lot of nutrients and proteins and things that you need, basically nutrients. They give you a lot of things that you need to help your body, your blood. They even help, there's a thing in the mushrooms to help purify your blood. So yes, mushrooms are a good thing to eat. You just got to be careful what mushrooms you eat. Shiitake mushrooms, portobello mushrooms. I wouldn't walk through the forest and eat a mushroom. Because I don't have that much knowledge on mushrooms to know, because some mushrooms could kill you. You could eat one mushroom, take a bite of it, and it could put you out of your misery. Is there anything, my brother Kenny, Shabbat Shalom, bro. May the Most High be with you. Is there anything that you feel the Creator won't forgive you for? You know what, bro? That's a good question. But this is what I think the Most High won't forgive you for. For saying to him that you have sinned against him and you won't do it again and not doing it. Meaning that in your heart, when you ask the Most High for anything that you have done against him, you ask him for forgiveness. If you don't mean it in your heart, then he ain't going to forgive you. But as long as you mean what you say, and you do what you got to do to show him that you mean it by changing your ways, then there's nothing under the sun that the Creator cannot forgive you for. Even if you worship the devil, if at one time in your life you thought Satan was the Creator and you worship the devil, and one day you had a new revelation that the devil ain't the Creator, oh, I got to get away from this, I'm going to stop. And you actually confess your sin to the Creator, and then you turn in a different direction and never do it again, the Most High will forgive you. He will forgive you. The Most High says if an evil man turn from all of his evil ways and begin to live righteously after he confess his sin, then all of his sin will be removed as if it never happened and that he will be forgiven. Same thing vice versa. If a righteous man who's righteous all of his days and one day begin to do sin, all of his righteousness will be forgiven. So my brother Kenny, there's nothing you can do under the sun that the Most High will not forgive you for. Nothing. That don't mean that you ain't got a price to pay for what you do, because he will punish you and also forgive you at the same time. Whereas that sin that you committed, he will alleviate you from that, but you got a price. Just because you ask the Creator for forgiveness don't mean you ain't going to get the punishment that comes with the sin that you did. You will he may just remove it from you. But from my knowledge, from what I understand, you still will have a price to pay. So yes, the Most High can forgive you for anything. And who knows what that price to pay may be. Only the Most High knows. What do you think of the Gebera Bible to use, Geneva Bible to use? I don't know enough about the Geneva Bible. I've never studied the Geneva Bible in depth to see if it was a good Bible to use. What I would recommend, though, if you ask a Bible that I would recommend the Jerusalem Bible with the Hebrew in it, because it's very close to the Bible accuracy in what we do. Sister Tara, what did you say here? I think I missed something. Let me see where you at. Yeah, I don't see anything that you said, Sister Tara. Last thing I said was that you was on a roll that I saw from you. And then you say, creator. I don't understand. So the Geneva Bible, I don't know enough about. So I can't say whether it's a good Bible or a bad Bible. All right. What about the psychedelic mushrooms? Stay away from them things. You don't need nothing altering your mindset. You want to stay away from them. Fam of 5, I was at work and somebody said that Moors are descendants of Benjamin. Can you tell me more about this? I don't have the answer for that. I don't know about the Moors being descendants of Benjamin. Let me focus in my mind for a second. Yeah, I don't have any knowledge of the Moors being descendants of Benjamin, but I cannot say that they're not. I did do a little bit of research. I didn't do much, but the guy did the research. I posted it on my page. If you go to my page, it's all in Hebrew, Slave of the Most High. That's my name in Hebrew. But if you go on my page, you will see a video about the Moors, where they do mention that the Moors could have been Israelites. So where you're not so far off in what it is that you say, but I never researched it to find out for sure. The closest I've done in that type of research was about the tribe of Dan. And what I've learned about the tribe of Dan was that, you remember those people with the Trojan horse, the inhabitants of the city called Troy? That was the tribe of Dan. That was in that city of Troy that the Europeans was going up against to try to destroy. The 3,000, you seen the movie 300? That was the tribe of Dan. That the Europeans, well, actually, it was a black man, Xerxes, who was going to war with the 300. Both of them were black people, Xerxes and what's his name? A nurse. I forget the brother's name, but all of them was black people going to war with black people. So that's about the furthest I got with our tribes being fathers and mothers of other nations. But I wouldn't dispel it. I wouldn't say no. It's just that I don't have that understanding because I didn't do the research on it. So maybe I can do some research on it tonight while I'm sitting here in the house all by myself after class. I do have my encyclopedias here, and I can look up and see if I can find a relationship between the Moors and the tribe of Benjamin. Now, what I do know is that the Moors were from Morocco. Morocco is in Africa. If I'm not mistaken, it should be North Africa. If I'm not mistaken, it's up near the tip, right across from Italy. So I'll do some research and see if I can find out the answer to that, because I would like to know that myself. All right. May the Most High be praised. Oh, okay. You was correcting what the brother wrote? Okay, Toda. She says shiitake mushrooms are not on vegan lists. Why? Why wouldn't they be on the vegan list? Oh, I see what you mean, sis, when they're referring to the creator. Toda Rabbah. Here's another question. Yeshayahu. What apocrypha is the most appropriate to read from? You know, I never knew they had multiple apocryphers. I guess they do because you got a little red one, that little red one that most people read. But me, I got the little red one, but I got an old apocrypha from the 1800s, I think it is. It's at my other house. But I like to read out of that one whenever I do read the apocrypha. When I read the apocrypha, the thing that I love the most about it is the prayer of Meneses. That's the one I love the most out of the apocrypha. Yeah. But yes, if you can find an apocrypha that's old, I would suggest you read out of those, because the new ones, they got things in them that doesn't necessarily, they change stuff around. Just like the stuff I showed you about the Bible today, how they change words in the Bible to fit their expression. They do a lot of that stuff with the apocrypha as well. So you just got to be careful about it. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. But that's the apocrypha that I use. And my apocrypha is so old, it's in one of those book covers with the material on it, and it got a man's head engraved on the front of the book. So if you rub your hand across it, you'll rub up and down off the head. That's how old mine is. This is a real old book, but it's at my other house. I wish my wife took all my books from here except for my encyclopedias. If my books were still here, I can go get a apocrypha from over there, but I don't have my books anymore, so I can't go get it. So please forgive me. All the letters should be capitalized when referring to our Creator. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, the tribe of Dan. Chief Shema, shalom, my brother. Shabbat shalom. May the Most High be with you. May the Most, that's my man right there, y'all. He says Shabbat shalom to all. Shabbat shalom. All right, may the Most High be with you, my brother. All right, here's another question. Do you think the other books like Jubilees, Enoch, Jasher, and Maccabees, etc.? What? Do you think the other books? What about the other books? Maxine Jenkins, where you at? You didn't finish that comment. All right, let me just, I don't know what she's actually trying to say, but I'll say what I understand. And maybe I'm answering her question. Do you think the other books like Jubilees, Enoch, Jasher, and the Maccabees, etc., are good books to read or valuable books? I know that the Maccabees is. The book of Jubilees and the book of Enoch, the book of Jasher, I've never seen the book of Jasher. The Enoch and Jubilees, I've heard of the book of Enoch and Jubilees. I even read some of the book of Enoch, but I don't subscribe to any of those books, Jubilees, Enoch, or Jasher. But let me tell you now, what I do know is that the book of Enoch and the book of Jasher, I think, is it Jasher or Jubilees? One of those two books is a part of the Ethiopian Bible, which goes back almost 1,000 years. I know that they are part of the Ethiopian Bible and that a lot of the teachings are in there, but I don't know if those books are the same translations as what we get in the English language today. Because the Ethiopian Bible is written in Ge'ez. The Ethiopian Bible has 86 books in it. I believe it's 86, 83 or 86 books. Whereas the European Bible, the one we read, I've got like 66 books. So the Ethiopian Bible has many more books than the books that we read. They have many more books in it. The Ethiopians might believe in the book of Enoch, the book of Jasher, but I haven't found anything in the book of Enoch that I would say is, I think I found one thing. But on the majority, for the bulk of the things, I haven't seen anything in the book of Enoch that I would even want to subscribe to, that I would want to say, hey, this got to be true. This could be real. This could be true if I haven't seen it. And I read the book pretty substantially. I even listened to the audio and rode around for days listening to the audio of the book of Enoch. And I wasn't impressed with a lot of the things that I heard and saw. What I do like about the book of Enoch is that he talks about things that is not so commonly known. But now, whether they're true or not, I can't say because I don't know those things. And the things that he talk about don't tie into the things that I'm familiar with. So I can't say. Excuse me. I'm sure if I look hard enough, I'll find something, but I don't subscribe to those books. I do know a lot of Israelites do. And that's why a lot of people keep that rotating Shabbat with the moon, that they follow the moon, where the first visible moon is the first beginning of their, it's out of the book of Enoch. But I went in there and I did a dissertation on that and broke that down and showed why that shouldn't be done. But Israel's still doing it. So it is what it is. If you walk with me, you ask me questions, I'll give it to you if I have the answer. If I don't have the answer, I'm going to tell you I don't know the answer to that. If you are worshiping another God besides Yah, I don't worship Yah, and you confess, forsook, and stop doing it, then Yah will forgive. One thing you can undo is to be forgiven for his sodomy. Well, that's your opinion on the matter. The scripture don't say that, and I don't worship Yah. I worship the creator of all creation, and we don't know his name. We don't know it. The closest we can get to that name is that tetragrammaton, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, and that's it. I don't dispute, but you just made an accusation, so therefore I had to correct it. If you use the word Yah, I don't argue with you because I understand what you think you mean. So I don't bother with people who believe in Yah and say those names. To me, we don't know the name of the Most High. We don't have it. And that's just where I'm at. All right. I have 1611. 1611 what, sis? King James? Is that what you mean? The King James Version? My question earlier. Benjamin, did I miss your question? Please forgive me. If I missed your question, could you please repost it for me? Or did you repost it at the bottom? All right, I'll get to it in a minute. I'm trying to go down the list. But if I forgot it, please forgive me. The word apocrypha is not even a Hebrew word. It means hidden books. That's what it means. Tell the Rabbah, my brother, may the Most High be with you. Just like the word Bible doesn't even translate in Hebrew, it's biblios. It's a Greek word. When will the detox and wellness center be ready? Oh, yeah, I remember that question. Yeah, you're right. We got a lot that we're doing now. I would suggest probably in the next 5 years, we might be at that point where we can start construction on the detox center, the medical center. Right now, we're still constructing homes and getting the school building ready and building places for people to live. We're not ready yet to move on that project. Plus, we have to raise the funds up to be able to build that because that's going to be several $1 million, at least $3 or $4 million. So it takes a lot of money to do these things. But we're moving slowly but surely. I mean, we're steadily getting things done. You know, so prayerfully, it'll be ready soon. Concerning the Moors, weren't all the people black at that time? Absolutely. All the Moors were black. Every one of them. Matter of fact, that's what Moor mean. Moor mean burnt skin, dark skin, black. That's what Moor meant. That's why they call them Moors, because they were dark skinned. Dr. Sabi, Axlin, I don't know. I don't know, Iman, what that means. Do you think they are important to learn from? Who? Those books? No. If you're talking about those books, now the Maccabees, absolutely. The book of the Maccabees is absolutely, it's history. And you must know your history, dealing with the Idumeans and the children of Israel, John Hyrcanus, and all those things. You must learn that because that's good. If you have any desire to ever be a teacher in this way of life, you must learn those things. So yes, that will be good to learn from. The rest of those books, I can't say because I don't deal with them. I don't study them. When you look at the classification race or Moroccan, it's under the description of white because they don't want to give the acknowledgement that these people were black because of all the things that they accomplished and achieved. But if you look at a picture of them, you'll see they were black. Oh, Dr. Sabi's alkaline diet. Yes, absolutely. A good diet. And it teach you a lot of things. Yeah, we definitely need that. Our own HHC, Hebrew Health Center, Care Center. That's what we're working on. That's what we're working on. Snapple facts, simple facts. Now, see, yes, we're working on all that. What prophet wrote the book of the Maccabees? I just said it was a historical book, not a prophetic book. It's a historical book. Why is it that important? That shows that Yah was talking to you. Stop reading those books. Listen, it's a historical book. It's not a prophetic book. I never said a prophet wrote it. I said a historical book. It talks about history, something that happened with our people, and we should obtain that knowledge. Tell that brother to come on live. You don't want that to happen. It does speak of the book of Yashar in Torah. Yes, it makes reference of it, but it doesn't. The book of Yashar is not in the Torah. So anybody can just jump up and say that this is the book of Yashar. Anybody could say that. We don't know that to be truth. So therefore, I don't mess with it. Apocrypha means hidden books. Absolutely. Abba, are you okay with the Yod-Heh Wahe letters themselves? Yeah, I ain't got no problem with that. And that's why I say it, Yod-Heh Wahe. But you don't hear me say those names that I used to say and names that a lot of people say today because we don't know the name of the Most High. And I don't want to disrespect the Most High by giving him a bastardized European twisted up something and say that's the Most High. So therefore, I give the Most High an attribute, Father, Creator, Master, El Shaddai, El Elyon, El Rakhum, Ha Elohim, Yod-Heh Wahe, because I can't make a mistake. Yotzer means creator in Hebrew. So I don't want to make a mistake and disrespect the king. So therefore, I don't try to use those names that people give. And another thing that I want to share with you all, somebody do this for me, please. and this is pure knowledge, and this is not nothing that Prince is making up. Somebody do this for me, please. And then post it in the room so the world can see. What does the word Hallel mean? Somebody look that word up, please. Hallel. Look it up in the internet and see what Hallel means. And then post it in the group so we can have a conversation on it. He clearly is a teacher, apparently. Okay, may the Most High be praised. Great work on the land. Thank you, Ima. What two prophets do the Most High is going to bring back during the Antichrist? I don't know if I understand that question. What two prophets does the Most High is going to bring back during the Antichrist? Family of five, maybe you can reword that question a little bit for me so I can understand it a little bit better, please. They are keeping knowledge away from us. Absolutely. They keep a lot of things away from us. And they do that because they're afraid that we're going to rise to power and take back what belongs to us. Therefore, they got to keep us asleep. Brother say you can't be forgiven for sodomites. I think he means sodomy. You can't be forgiven for sodomy. Okay. All right. Scientists said that Yod-Heh Wahe is encoded in our DNA. Yes, that's what they say. Praise, family of five. All right. If you don't use the name the Most High, should we stop saying hallelujah? This is why I'm asking you to look up the word Hallel. Hallel is the definition of hallelujah. Just look at Hallel, Hallel, just like he spelled it. Look up Hallel, and then just post it and let us know what it says. Moshe told you Yah's name in Shemot 34. All right, bro. May the Most High be praised. It means praise or close friend. All right. All right. Depending on the spelling. Hallel. Look it up and post what it means. Okay, here's the reposting. What two prophets do you think Yah is going to bring back during the Antichrist? Scriptures tell us that the Most High will bring back Eliyahu, He was a prophet. And that the Moshiach shall return, but the Moshiach, it didn't never say the Moshiach was a prophet. So as far as I know, Dawid, his descendant, the Moshiach will come through Dawid's descendant and return. And Eliyahu, the Creator says, will return. Those are the only two people I know that will return back in this earth in the latter days. Okay? Those are the only two people that I'm aware of that shall return. I'm not aware of any other prophet or anyone returning back in the last days. All right. All right, let me grab this and see if I can share this with you. Hallel. Praise to boast, shine. That's what I find. Now that one that says shine, it will say shining one. Look it up a little bit deeper. Look it up a little bit deeper. Hallel is a unisex Hebrew meaning praise or to praise, derived from Hallel, H-A-L-A-L, when there was no vowels in the word, rooted in Jewish liturgy as the name for psalms recited in joyous holidays. It signifies gratitude. All right. Look at this one. Hillel. Now I have to look these up in Hebrew and see what's the difference in spelling. They don't have it in Hebrew right here, but I want to look both words up in Hebrew and see how they spell these two names. But this is what Hillel in Hebrew means. It's the Hebrew term used in Isaiah 4:12, translated as the Latin Vulgate as Lucifer, the shining one. That's why I told my brother, the shining one, look it up, get into a little bit deeper with that shining one. Or morning star, often interpreted in Christianity as referring to the fallen angel Satan. It is not a proper name in Hebrew, but a descriptive applied to prideful, fallen entity. The Bible translated the word as Hallel, okay, or Hillel, as Lucifer. Hillels come from a root meaning shining ones. But I want to share something with y'all real quick. Let me make this real quick. Let me see if I can find this. Where am I going? All right, let me go look in this other book. I want to look at this real quick. And I might break your heart, a lot of y'all, but please stay with me. Don't run. And don't get mad at me. Don't get mad, all right? And don't get upset, because Prince really means the best for you. All right? Don't nobody get mad. All right. You got my ear. All right. A lot of people going to start trouble with me and get mad at me right now, but it's okay. Now, right here. Hillel is a Hebrew term used in Isaiah 14:12, translated as the Vulgate as Lucifer. Now, watch this. Shining one, or son of the morning, or morning star. The son of the morning is the morning star. And if they were being honest, if you look a little deeper, it will say son of the morning. Now, when you go to the New Testament, this is what you see in the New Testament. Revelations 22:16. It says, I have sent my angel to testify unto you these things in the churches. I am the root and the offspring of David and the bright and morning star. What did they say about Lucifer? He was the shining one, the root and the meaning. Where we at? Where we at? I left one, didn't I? The morning star. And here we have in Revelations 22:16, where JC calls himself the morning star. So is it possible? Don't hang up. Don't run. Don't get scared now. Don't run. Is it possible JC could be actually giving you a hint that he is Lucifer, the bright and morning star? He confesses that out of his mouth. And when you look it up, it says the morning star. It says it without question. Prince didn't make that up. Prince didn't make it up. JC said it himself. I'm going to look for Isaiah and see what word they use in Isaiah for Lucifer. 14 and 13, I think it is. Okay. 14. Because this is important, because we do things, copy, and don't understand what we do. So now let's look for a second. Bang. This is the word that they use in Isaiah. Hallel. Now I'm going to look up the word hallelujah and see what word they use for hallelujah. Because if they are spelled different in the Hebrew, then we can't say. Prince can't spell, y'all. Prince can't spell. He got a little problem right now. So give me a second. I'll get to that question in a minute. Let me get this all figured out. Just give me 1 second. I got to figure out how the King James spells hallelujah. My book is not spelling it the same way, so I got to try to figure it out. Is that how it is? Hallelujah. Yeah, that's how I spelled it, and they said it's not it. Yeah, King James is spelling it different. I don't know how they spelling it. Let me look on the internet because King James ain't giving it to me. I mean, not King James. Blue Letter Bible. It's not letting me look it up. Yep, for some reason, Blue Letter is spelling it different, and I don't know how they spelling it. JLEL. Nope. All right. Hallelujah. A Hebrew derived expression meaning praise or praise the Creator, commonly used in the Jewish term. I need to see it in Hebrew so I can correct if what I'm saying is not accurate. I need to know the difference in how they spell it. And anybody offhand, do you know the chapter and verse with the word hallelujah? Let me look up praise. Praise will let me know. Look up praise. All right. Praise the Most High. All right. Read. He pa'am. Pa'am means again, but he pa'am also means praise. So it's not giving me the Hallel word, but I know that the Hallel is in there in the Psalms. I'm messing up. Psalms 147:1. Let me go there. Psalms 147:1. And I need to see what word they're actually using here. Psalms 147:1. Praise ye the Most High. Concordance. Oh, man. All right. All right. This is what I'm coming up with here. Now, it will be Hallel, HLL. The Lu is us, or we shall praise. So the HLL would be Hallel. And then they got a HEYLL in Isaiah when they speak about Lucifer. All right, very close. Very close. I don't know, family. I just choose to stay away from it. It's very close and very similar. Hallel and then Hillel. Okay, there's a little bit, the two words are slightly different. Praise and then Lucifer or son of the morning. The two words are very close, but there is a different letter. The yod is not present in praise. And there are other words for praise, but primarily these are the two that I'm dealing with right now. Hallel and Halu. Hallel. Now the U at the end you would take off because that has nothing to do with it. That's pluralizing it. But Hallel, the Hey, the Lamet, and a Lamet, those are the letters that you would be focusing on because that would be the Shoresh or the root of the word. And then here, the Shoresh would be Hey, Yod, Lamet, Lamet. The words are very close, but I can't say that they're the same word. So I won't say that they're the same word. I'm gonna have to stay away from it. But I myself, I just don't use it because it's too close to me. One meaning the complete opposite of the other one. So I stay away from that. Is Lucifer and Satan the same messenger? If so, he has dual nature, which is innate deceptive. Lucifer and Satan are not the same. They are not the same. And anybody that says that they are, they're not. That's correct. There was no letter J. Halu, Halu, and that's what we posted, Hallel or Halu. It's all in pronunciation, man. It really is. Hallelujah. Okay. Well, I mean, me, myself, I don't use the word. I don't say it because first I don't use Yah as the name for the Most High. And hallelujah is including that. So I try to stay away from that. I don't do it. But if you choose to do it, I will understand. And I won't be upset. And I'm not going to tell you not to do it if that's what you choose to do. You won't get no arguments out of me. You won't get an argument out of me. Let's see what my brother had to say. It has different sounds. Hillel, meaning morning star, and Hallel. But see, the problem with that, bro, is this. In English, there was no vowels in Hebrew. So it'll be the Hey, the Lamet, the Lamet. It wasn't no H-E-L-E in Hebrew. It would be Hey, Lamet, Lamet. But the Hallel, as in praise, says Hey, Yod, Lamet, Lamet. And that's why I'm more inclined to say that they're two different words. Means praise. Let me know what you find, Prince. Yeah, that's where I'm at with that. They would have to be two different words unless somebody did that strategically. But to me, I just don't use it. But if anyone chooses to use it, I'm not going to tell you not to use it if you choose to use it. I just try to stay away from it. Let me see what he got here. Ezra chapter 3, verse 11. All right, let me pull that up real quick. Ezra 3 and 11. Ezra chapter 3, verse 11. Uh-oh. 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 This is what Ezra chapter 3, verse 11 says. Uh-oh. Hey, Lamet, Lamet. No Yod. The first letter is a bet in praise, so you don't worry about the B. But the Hey, Lamet, Lamet is the word that you would have to worry about. It doesn't say Hey, Yod, Lamet, Lamet, like it said before. It just has the Hey, Lamet, Lamet. So it's a little shaky, fam. It's a little shaky. But y'all do what y'all feel y'all want to do. Don't let me tell you, I'm not standing on this because I don't know it. I don't know. It's something you got to call for yourself. Prince ain't going to tell you nothing on that one. I'm going to just leave it alone. Because it's a little shaky on that one. All right. When in doubt, leave it out. Yeah. Well, I left it out. I left it out. She says, how are they not the same? One has a Yod and then one doesn't. But when I just looked it up, Hallel in another version, it didn't have a Yod. But in Psalms, it had a Yod. But in Ezra, it didn't have a Yod. So, okay. Okay, no, maybe I'm in reverse. Maybe the one with the yod was the one with the yod was in Isaiah. Isaiah chapter 14. The yod was in Isaiah, but the Psalms, Hallel, don't have a yod in it. Hallel. All right. Yeah. Satan versus Lucifer. What's the question? A lot of people don't know the difference between Satan and Lucifer. They're not the same. They're two different entities, two different deities. Lucifer is really created by man. Lucifer is a deity that man creates and worship and calls it Satan, but it's not. Satan, the creator created, and it's a real entity named Ha-Satan that serves the Most High, that resides in the heavens and all throughout the earth as the Most High assigns it. Lucifer is a man-made term. That's why you never see Lucifer in Hebrew. Or let's say it's a Latin term where the Latin Vulgate, they have the word Lucifer, but it's not an English, it's not a Hebrew word. If you look it up, let me look it up real quick for you and show you what it is that I mean. Lucifer. 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 If they give you the meaning, watch Lucifer, Lucifer, Lucifer. The meaning of Lucifer. Okay, here we go. This is what they have. A compounded word, Hallel, praise ye. Well, no. Hallelujah is plural. Is we shall praise, and then Yah. We shall praise Yah. That's what hallelujah means. It don't just mean praise ye. Hallel means praise ye. Or tipilau would be praise ye. Satan in Hebrew means the adversary. Adversary of God? No, adversary from the Creator. Yes, you're right. Class went real deep this Shabbat. Praise the most Hebrew praise. Hallel, Yah, short. Yehovah, Yah, Jehovah, Lord. All right, well, this is what I found. All right, let's see. Lucifer originated from Latin, just like I said, meaning light bearer or light bringer, and refers to the morning star, the planet Venus. While rooted in imaginary of shining, it was lately adopted into Christianity, into Christian tradition as a proper name for Satan. See, they don't have nothing to do with Satan, representing the fallen angel who was once the brightest. It has nothing, Lucifer has nothing to do with Satan. That's a name that they gave Satan. And that's a created term in the Latin that they made up. It had nothing to do with Satan. But now today, people actually call upon Lucifer, so they made Lucifer a deity. They gave him real life in this existence from the power of the mind. They did that. And people worship him. So I myself, I just stay away from it. I just stay away from it. I don't use it. I just stay away from it. But if people use it, I don't argue with them. I don't dispute it. I just let them do what they do. But I myself, I just stay away from it. All right. They gave us a lot of words. All right. So are there any other questions or comments, family? Are there any other questions or comments? You got a lot of things you got to weigh in your mind about what you're going to do. But I challenge these things all the time because these things are needed and necessary when you're on your journey to worship the Creator. You know, and that's what we're all on. We're on that journey, some further than others, some more disciplined than others, but we're all on that journey. And the whole goal is to please the King. And appreciate you as well, sis. That's right, a spell in the English language. Another one of those deceptive measures. But you'd be surprised how they get us. And then, you know, just like the word G-O-D. G-O-D is another word that the people use in reference to the Almighty. And it ain't got nothing to do with the Almighty. It's a German deity. It's a German deity that people use, that they try to assimilate and say that that's the Creator, but they can't because it's not. It's a German deity that the Germans worshipped. His name is God. And now you speak in American, you speak in English, and they have adopted that word of their deity in reference to the Creator, and you use it. And you will teach others to use it. Now that I can definitely say you should not be using. G-O-D. And any of us who have not learned, we need to pay attention and do the research. There you go. There you go. G-A-W-D. That's exactly right. God. You got to look it up, family. You got to learn these things because it's important. For your relationship to drawing back to the Most High, you can't be practicing idolatry. And sometimes ignorantly, we practice idolatry. We worship what we know not. God. Thank God. You're thinking of deity. You're not thinking the Most High. And you don't even know. You don't even understand. But it ain't that you wasn't taught, because Prince taught you. What you do after that is between you and your maker. Between you and your maker. May the Most High be praised. Are there any other questions, family? Any other comments? Anyone? Can't be. Because you can't serve the Creator if you're down with G-O-D. You can't. That's right. Now you know. But that one I can emphatically say, throw it away. No question in my mind. Don't even need to look up no conversation. Just do your research on it. And now they're starting to hide a lot of stuff from you because they know you're getting wise. They know a black man can read now. Before they didn't know black men could read. So they hid it in the book. Now they taking it out of the book so the black man can't even find it in the book. You got to get an old book and look through the old books before they started tampering with them. All praise to the true high. All praise to the true high. All right. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. Are there any other questions, family? Any other comments? Anyone? We're here for you. We serve you. And we shall stay here as long as you need us to be here. When that's supposed to be, Brother Benjamin? When is that supposed to be? May the Most High be praised. All right, I guess y'all have exhausted your time. Maybe you looked out the window and saw the sun was down. I don't know. but nobody else is putting up anything. All praise to the Most High. Absolutely. All praise to the Most High. There you go. Nobody's saying anything. Ima, can you take us out with that wonderful song that my niece made? Shabbat Shalom, everyone. We're going to make prayer. We're going to close it out, and then we're going to play that beautiful song. Don't go nowhere because we don't want you to miss it. All right? So we're going to make prayer first, and then we're going to play that beautiful song. Do we have any brothers in here that want to close us out with a prayer today? Do we have any brothers in here that want to close us out with a prayer today? Family of 5 says yes. Family of 5, take the mic, please. Can't put that on the mic. Hold on a second, bro. Got to talk to you first. Family of 5, hit that stream and come on in. Let's talk. May the Most High be praised. That brother said he's a family of 5. That's nice. It's a beautiful thing. Come on in, bro. Got some stuff we got to talk about before you can lay down and make that prayer. Come on. All right. Azaria.
Azariah.
Azariah? Azaria.
Azariah.
Azariah. Shalom, bro. How are you?
Shalom. I'm all right. How about you?
All right. Not too bad. How long have you been coming to our classes?
Today I just started. My auntie Shemaya put her on the TV and I enjoyed what you said, what you started saying.
Oh, okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. How long have you been serving the Creator?
Since I was born.
How old are you?
18.
That's powerful, man. That's powerful.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. I like that. So, do you keep the Torah?
The Torah, I'm really learning more about it, So that's why I'm just really just trying my best to not get deceived out in this world,
Right. Who do you pray to?
The Most High, Yah, or some people say not saying Yah, but the Most High.
Okay. All right. Nobody else, right?
No, nobody else. Never.
All right. We got you, bro. Are you ready for this?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go. Whenever you're ready.
Can y'all hear me?
No, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All praise to the Most High. We recognize your existence, the power that you give us every day to wake up, give us strength to do what we need to. We recognize your existence. We recognize how much you put into us and our family. We pray that everything comes to fruition and everybody find a true path in life. I appreciate as much as you. I give all praise to you and exalt you to the most. All praise to the Most High. Sorry, amen. Sorry, robot.
May the Most High be praised. Tell the rebuff. All right. Good. You did good, man. You did good.
I appreciate it, man.
I gotta thank you, you know, because you had the courage to come up and do this. There's a lot of people who don't have the courage to stand up before the people and make prayer and hear you speak. But you did.
Mhm.
And you're a young man and you're new to this. Well, you ain't new to this way of life, but you're coming into the knowledge.
I've been born into this, so I'm clean. My whole family, my wife, she's clean. She converted into Hebrew. I mean, so it's great.
Okay. All right. Well, keep coming, bro. Keep
All right,
coming. We're gonna teach you all we can teach you.
I
Let
appreciate you teaching me. Yes, sir. Have a
Let your,
great day.
let your aunt tell you about the things we got going on, man. You might want to be a participant.
Yeah, most definitely. You have a great day, man.
You too. May the Most High be with you.
Same to you.
Shalom. My brother, fresh to life. You are absolutely right. You can be your own adversary. And yes, we can. Ima, you ready? Shabbat Shalom Lakim. May the Most High be with you all. Hold on now. Don't go nowhere yet because we ain't done. Ima, you going to play the song?
Okay. You want me to play higher again?
Yeah. Unless you got another one on there real nice like that.
No, not yet.
Okay, yeah, play that, please. This is my niche, y'all. We promote her.
See, I know someone who's much higher, 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 higher. Oh yeah, I know someone who's much higher, 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 higher. Yeah, I know someone who's much higher, 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 higher.
Come on, y'all.
When I seen Rome prospering wherever they go, I envied the wicked so much that my feet were gone. But now I hold on to someone I know is strong. He my rock and fortress. I put my trust in Yahweh. Then you and me, that the whole world can see. Oh yeah, my King here, he protects us all, and he heard my call. No, yeah, Yahweh is higher. Is he Yah man to where he gotta lie? Is his ear heavy to where he will not hear? Is his arm shortened to where he cannot save? Cast your burdens down and give them to Yahweh. He much than you and me, that the whole world can see. Oh, Yahweh, he protect us all, and he heard my call. No, yeah, Yahweh, I used to worry about if my bills get paid. I used to worry about all of my enemies. I used to worry about if my friends would stay. But now I take my problems and give them to Yahweh. He much than you and me, that the whole world can see. No, my King is, he protects us all, and he heard my call. Yeah, Yahweh is higher. I used to worry, but I don't no more. And I don't fall to things I've been through. You know he pulled me through. And I don't worry about me. I put all my trust in Yahweh.
Oh, yeah. Close us out, please. May the Most High be praised.
Beulah Land at Temple Kefar Yim.
This is for the people in the front and the back. Going through the day. You had a lot to do, and you know you got a lot on your plate.
We are Beulah Land at Temple Kefar Yim, a community, a school, a family of faith working to build something greater together. Our mission is simple but powerful: to restore, to teach, and to grow. Here at Beulah Land, we bring together the vision of Temple Kefar Yim with hands-on action.
Stop it, you got it, yeah, you got it.
Through our Goshen Hebrew Academy, we teach our children the Hebrew language, history, and principles that ground us in our faith. We celebrate Shabbat services and holy days with joy, keeping our culture and traditions alive for generations to come. Our work also reaches beyond the classroom. We focus on community growth, agriculture, training, and safety, building a place where families can learn, worship, and thrive. The name Beulah Land comes from scripture, representing covenant, renewal, and a people restored to their land and purpose. That is exactly what we are doing here, restoring faith, culture, and community life. But we can't do it alone. If our mission speaks to your heart, we invite you to support us. You can give through Cash App or PayPal at Build Yisrael, or learn more at www.GoshenHebrewAcademyTempleKefaryim.org. Feel free to contact us at BeulahLand@TempleKefaryim@gmail.com. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel and even become a member to stay connected and help spread our message of faith and restoration.
Change up in a minute, as fast as change clothes out the cleaner.